read for today, Monday, December 29th, 2025. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list as always is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I'll be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, most important question, scale of 1 to 10, how are you doing right now? There are no wrong answers. We are moving deep into Capricorn season, and we've got some interesting planets that are in alignment that we're navigating as we continue through this energy. One of the things to pay attention to right now is not only are we in Capricorn season, but we also have Mars and Venus that are in Capricorn. Mercury is going to be there shortly. It's a lot of, it's working into the space of, I like Mars and Venus in Capricorn because it talks to us a lot about the identification of being able to work upon something that one feels very energetically passionate about. It's passion project energy, right? It's being able to put that force of intention towards things that allows the ability to be able to effectively communicate better. The thing we have to be conscientious about with the energy that we are experiencing right now is while we are proceeding to kind of move out of that prolonged retrograde season that we were experiencing, there are still some planets that are in retrograde. And the planets that are in retrograde are not necessarily easy to navigate. Jupiter is in retrograde, which can create a lot of feelings of anxiety, potentially related to the observation of the self, heightened sensitivity related to the self or how one feels about the self. And Uranus in Taurus in retrograde, can often make us feel frustrated in relationality to the speed by which something is changing. Now, this is also amplified right now in relationality to Mercury also being in Sagittarius. I want you to be patient right now, okay? And that's understanding that patience doesn't mean, right? Patience doesn't mean projecting our patience onto situations and circumstances where others don't recognize that we're being patient, right? That's a continuation of understanding that even patience, like sometimes our patience is a source of our projection, right? Our patience is a gift, and somebody receiving a gift is acknowledging and recognizing the fact that they're receiving it. So communication right now is potentially very helpful and productive. What you want to avoid in this type of energy, okay? You want to avoid emotionally driven conversations that seem to lack direction, okay? Emotionally driven conversations that seem to lack direction is not the energy that you want to inhabit right now, because it's like one of the things that we see is the understanding. We've been working through this and we're reaching the culmination of a lot of those moon relationships that we've been talking about. Emotions are gifts only in the space by which they have directions attached to them, right? If not, we often have those experiences where we feel the sense of wanting to share our feelings with another, but the space by which we feel the space by which we share our feelings with another, in the difference by which not being able to recognize or identify what those feelings mean, right? We do the work to refine our emotions so that the emotions that we bring forth to others come with them and provide a sense of clarity. If not, those emotions that we apply to things often create the space of fracturing, right? It can create the opposite ideal in terms of what it is that we aspire for, particularly in healthy partnership. Now, this is really important right now, specifically and particularly because we see that this type of energy that we're experiencing, we're recognizing that this is the culmination of a lot of those moon relationships. Bearing in mind those relationships were the relationships that have been coming together since Uranus was stationing retrograde in the fall up until the present. For a lot of these relationships, the observable priority of these relationships is the ease by which they are able to facilitate towards one another. The state of trying to make something as easy as possible for one another often requires the heavy invested work of the self. These are relationships that are very built, very heavily attenuated to finesse and refinement and the observation of how the work that we do to know ourselves makes us easier to be in relationship with, right? Because it's not the observation of working through a pathwork of confusion, but the energetic reliability of the self that we're able to communicate to those around us. It's the gift of the self of understanding that becomes a gift that we are able to eagerly share, right? It's the easement point. It's the effective space of peace. And that's what we see as the culmination of a lot of these relationships that are coming together right now. These are relationships that prioritize peace. Further, they understand that peace is something that is not something that is found. It's something that one works towards tirelessly. So for a lot of these relationships, doing that work, having those abilities of being able to articulate to one another the peace that they bring to each other, could be a time that relationships are moving deeper into relationship connection. I do recognize and see that there are some potential separations that are occurring at this time. And what can we expect with the nature of those separations? Neptune and Saturn both coming out of retrograde once again in Pisces, and this is not the first time that it's happened, is the understanding and working through the lesson that emotions do not fix things, that often the misconception of another, imagining that the articulation of emotions is going to effectively repair something. It's the observation that, again, unless the emotions have clear directions attached to them, they sometimes can be the space by which another person just feels the energetic complication that another is bringing towards them to help to effectively facilitate the sense of not desiring to do the work within the self, but hoping that another will energetically resolve it for them. We can't resolve each other's feelings, right? And that's often why when we come towards each other in a state of energetic confusion, the gift or the arrival point of our emotions doesn't necessarily repair relationship, but it can often create those modalities or those experiences of fracturing. So we see that even in those experiences right now, potentially something coming back, something returning, right? The energy of the past potentially returning back to the present. If these were situations where an individual felt like they needed an energetic break from relationship, it's the understanding that relationships are not facilitated upon ambiguous breaks, right? Even in the space by which we need to take a recess from something, right? We have to pull away. We're very clearly able to articulate to another what it is that we aspire for and what it is that we're energetically building towards. So I see that while there may be some energy that's moving into solitude right now, that observation of potentially feeling the frustration where there may be a lot of emotions, but not a lot of clarity in relationality to where something is going or what the direction it's headed in, these could be modalities of deep recuperation and catharsis. I will also stress that there may be some energy that's going through both of those modalities at the same time. Now, this brings us to those temperance relationships. And those temperance relationships were effectively coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the time of the solstice period that we experienced this summer. For a lot of these relationships, the prioritization point was the mutual effort that pays off in big ways. Anything is possible so long as the work is mutual. This is potentially a frustrating time for those relationship cycles because what we see is happening is while we're not in a Venus in retrograde cycle right now, the energy certainly feels like one. Venus tucked between Mercury and Mars can often create the space by which we don't feel like we're effectively perceiving ourselves correctly or navigating the space of others' misperceptions of us. But what do we see that is happening in the modality of a lot of those relationships? The ability of counterpart to act and facilitate as clear mirror, right? The sense of perspective that we're able to find in counterpart as it relates to our own feelings of energetic frustration. So we see that there may be a lot of that energy that's working towards those capacities or experiences that are helping, right? Helping individuated energy within the context of counterpart connection to understand that the space by which we feel hard on ourselves is often the modality by which we understand that we're energetically striving for something. And it's the energy that is almost asking the energy of counterpart to be easy on the self as they continue to move towards the direction of what they aspire to do. But it's not easy. It could be feeling like a lot of that stagnation and a lot of that hypersensitivity of the Jupiter in Cancer in retrograde in combination with Taurus, Uranus, and Taurus can often feel those modalities that can feel very much akin to hermit mode or feeling very isolated, either feeling isolated within the self or feeling a lot of quietude around the self. Now, this brings us to those magician relationships. And these magician relationships were coming together between the time of the solstice period over the summer up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune, which we saw was occurring around March. Now, these relationships, the prioritization point was the authenticity of the self that acts as a beacon to healthy counterpart connection. These are relationships by which they may have never felt more stable. And what we see maybe happening during this experience is being able to build into new relationships. These situations have been going through a maturation process, specifically and particularly because it's the understanding that when we move into healthy partnership, it does not damage healthy friendship. It does not damage healthy relationship, but the observation of potentially feeling that there are relationships that are falling away in the process of them moving towards healthy partnership. It's a lot of the energy that is moving in the modality of being able to feel energetically stabilized, being able to feel energetically resolved, building into the context of finding that point of stability and allowing the self to observe and not absorb if any of that energetic fracturing is occurring, and even in the experience by which they may be potentially working through that. This could be an articulation to others in relationality to what they are experiencing, having to go through those rigorous experiences of talking to others and sharing to others arduous pathwork of journeys, and particularly and especially experiencing something that may be a feeling akin to something that would have traumatized a past version of self. But what we see is happening in those relationships is the relationship itself is helping the energy maintain a sense of reasonable perspective as it relates to something that they're working through that is logical and sensible versus something that they're healing or moving away from that is articulated upon being ridiculous or lacking any sense or reason. So we see that there may be a lot of catharsis that's going on in those modalities, but it's catharsis that's built upon strength and resilience. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack today to be able to learn more about a very special retreat that we will be hosting in August. I would like to invite you to join me August 8th through 13th, where we will be traveling to the birthplace by which the tarot was first discovered, to understand the cards in the context of the location by which they came to flourish and thrive. We will be traveling to Tuscany, Rome, and Florence to be able to do a deep dive not only in the cards themselves to sharpen our own tarot practice, but to understand the culture and civilization that allowed the tarot to be able to find a foothold by which it was able to grow and be shared across cultures. Now, if you are interested in that classwork or you're interested also in that retreat, I'd also like to offer you the opportunity that anyone that participates in that retreat will also be receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. I will take very limited numbers of students for these mentorships, but I will be offering one to everyone who signs up for that retreat. If you want to learn more about that, you can simply head over to my stack. I would also invite you over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which will be held on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the World card, the final card of the major arcana. If you're interested in learning more about those classes, simply head over to my stack. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I always do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied or learned in the best way possible prior to each class beginning, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. It's also a great time to join. You've got some time to bone up on some of those classes before our next class. I also would like to let you know that if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, but you'll also receive access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, and you'll have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. You'll also find my Mystic Meditation articles there, which give you updates on everything we've studied in article form. I just wrote one recently on this Sagittarius, this new moon energy that we just experienced. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. How are you doing today, Laura? Grand Rising, good to see you as well. Avatar, thank you for the gifts. STB, thank you for those heart me's. Please remember to recharge your heart me's if you are a subscriber who would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your standard one card reading today. Ava, so good to see you. How are you doing today, Bridget? Grand Rising, Esteban. You can absolutely get on the list, Ava. I've got you first on the list today. If anybody else would care to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. Hi there, Esteban. Welcome. And thank you. I went to bed listening to the collective from yesterday, and now it makes sense why I'm so emotional. I'm so glad those messages are helping you, Hannah, sending you support on that journey. And a lot of nostalgia coming through. We're going to have a lot of nostalgia as long as Neptune and Saturn are in Pisces. We keep getting this. Dream space will also probably be really wild right now, too. Just a reminder, if you have information that's relevant for our readings, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have the highest priority message from Spirit, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include those notes in the donation. You can include that in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Grand Rising, Ryan. Gosh, I was going to ask all last week, and one night I have been back. Dreams are about my ex. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot, like Neptune and Saturn and Pisces is all karmic dream space. Especially for those who feel like you can't be in communication with them because it's not safe to do so. That's what we can also get with Jupiter and Cancer in retrograde. Yeah, I know, a lot of that. I haven't cried as much as I did last week in a long time. I hope that it was healthy and cleansing, Hannah, and sending you support on that. Hi there, Laura. Good to see you today. Grand Rising, good vibes. Good to see you as well. And hi there, Ivana. Good to see you, dear. I hope you're doing well today. Thank you for recharging your heart me's, guys. Please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like that animal spirit guide card on top of your one card today. Hi, Nikki. How are you doing today? Good to see you as well. Just a reminder to anybody, yes, absolutely, Ivana. I can take you off the hold list as well. If anybody else would like to get on the list today, you will be the third person read for. It's absolutely wonderful time to get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. How are you doing today? And thank you as well. What's annoying? What am I missing? I missed the annoying. What's the annoyance point? Yep. And thank you for sharing the live, Marilu. Always appreciated. Hi there. How are you doing, dear? Yes, Laura, I've got you on the list. I will add you back now. You have been added back to the list. You are the third person read for. Perfect. How are you doing today? Absolutely. I got you on the list, dear. You can absolutely get on the list from Saturday's highest gifter. I've got you, Bridget. Perfect. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. And thank you, dear. And thank you, Carol, for the likes as well. Oh, yes, they are annoying. Okay. I know. Well, here's the thing. I need to stress this. I know that the karmic dreams can feel annoying, but they're helpful, right? Like the modality and the experience by which we're able to work through something, and the ability to be able to determine or articulate in relationality to helping us process. I want you to understand the karmic dreams are not there to make your life a mess. The karmic dreams are not there to make you feel upset, to make you feel devastated. The karmic dreams are helping you to continue path work that often reaches a finalitude point in terms of what we can do in the terrestrial plane. It's just the modality. It's just the experience and modality of recognizing and identifying. Like I know they can be painful, but there is a purpose to them, right? It's not effectively, and often, I need to stress this too, it's often not the modality by which it makes one feel like one's moving in the wrong direction. It's helping one to let go of trauma, right? Like that's why a lot of those karmic dreams come up. But I know how difficult that can be right now, specifically and particularly because I'm going to keep on pointing this out. Eris and Chiron are in really, really close proximity to each other. So it's working through our own feeling of messiness. It's working through our own feeling of energetic chaos. But when we're able to do so in a way that feels like it's supportive to the self, then we're able to recognize and identify what it is that we're working on trying to do in a better fashion. That said, friends, hold on. Excellent. I know they are annoying though. Oh, you didn't have any when you were away. That's probably because the guides realized you had enough on your plate. When you're dealing with karmic stuff in the present, I don't feel like that. Like told you, the guides are kind. They don't want to like overwhelm you by having you have to deal with like karmic stuff on 2 fronts. I mean, Bridget, I'm happy to read in terms in relationality to why that may be occurring. But one of the things that we're seeing right now, one of the reasons these dreams are coming back so strongly right now, I'm telling you, has everything to do with Neptune and Saturn stationing direct in Pisces. There's going to be a lot of that type of energy there. It's going to be working through a lot of those modalities. It's going to be working through a lot of those experiences. It's going to be working through the frustration of those experiences, right? Like letting go of a lot of feelings or having those spaces or modalities by which we're able to effectively articulate or move through something. Yeah, I was actually trying to I keep on trying to get it into the space so that when I show here, you guys tell me, when I show you the cards, are the cards reading forwards or backwards right now? Like that's my hope. Yeah, that's what we want. We don't want the cards reversed. So that's what I was trying to do with with the screen. I hope that helps. Excellent. Now it's looking at us. Thank you, dear. Good to see you today. That's true. Excellent. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you want to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the the fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Before we get started today, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to, it helps if I don't show the card. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. All right, I've got the card here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8. It's early. Give me a break. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We can't say bird, Ryan. We've been through this. There are so many birds in this deck. We got the swan, but very good job getting close. We'll do that again after today's collective. And just a reminder too, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back off the list, all you have to do is let me know the date that you are added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back today. It's a great time to get on the list right now. If you would like to secure one of the early spots on the list, if you get on right now, you will be the 5th person read for. That said, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Oh, hold on a moment. Perfect. And that said, no better time than the present. Why? Well, so I have to get these cards together too. I still have the cards off from yesterday. How are you doing today? Good vibes. Some days that's as good as it gets. I understand, dear. I get it. Pretty bird. Exactly. All right, my friends. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, December 29th, 2025. We will be doing a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update today. We're going to be starting in the headspace of the masculine. We are going to be using the Tarot of the Divine today for the headspace of masculine. Can I get 3 cards for masculine? Bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. We already have a transverse card out. Can I get 2 more, please? 1 more and a 3rd, please. Thank you. What do we have going through right now? First card we're drawing for masculine headspace is 5 of Wands in its transverse, in combination with our moon card in its upright, and in combination with our high priestess in its reversal. Let's talk a little bit about this energy. I keep on getting the same message coming through when I read for masculine. Being able to articulate the emotions is only half the battle. Being able to articulate on the emotions is only half the battle, right? The understanding and the recognition that when counterpart wants us to be open about our emotions, it's not the space by which we work through the emotions. We don't work our emotions out on each other. We work through our emotions so we can communicate emotions to one another. I keep on just hearing through, to, not through, to, not through. Because often what happens is when we feel things that are unprocessed, right? When we're working through unprocessed feelings, then the experience that another person has in terms of experiencing them makes it feel like it's their responsibility to have to navigate the complication of the emotions, right? That's often why we feel like those experiences, the modality by which we work through the confusion of our emotions, it's not the space by which we energetically, we don't share our confusion. right? Because and we can talk about the confusion, right? We can talk about the confusion in the space of aspiring and desiring and having that manifestation goal, right? But the modality by which we have emotions, but we don't know what to do about them, often is the amplification of understanding how that can sometimes feel like it creates blind partnership dynamics, right? There's nothing more. It's like, what does it feel like to feel trapped in a confusing relationship? It's the relationship by which one feels that there's a lot of emotions, but very little direction, right? That is the shape of trauma. It's the feeling of being lost in a relationship. And that's why we do the work prior to building into connection, to be able to articulate to each other what that path work is, or what the aspiration is in relationality to what it is that we aspire to have with one another. Because the modality by which, right, when we consider a relationship in the perception that we act as each other's guides, right? What a transformational moment that we find as it relates to the way that we build into healthy partnership, right? Because we don't look to the relationship as the aspiration point, right? And this is what we talk about with the limitation, right? It's not enough to say, I want a healthy relationship. You can't have a healthy relationship if you don't have healthy direction. Because if your only aspiration is to enter relationship and that's it, then once you enter relationship, you're lost there, right? Like you're like, okay, now what, right? It's a lot of that now what energy that happens. So the ability to have those aspirational conversations, I feel like this is a lot of the masculine, that bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels aligned to, having the ability to find the courage to speak towards their dreams. Because when we combine, right, like what is the profound combination that we find in healthy relationship? It's the ability to effectively combine, right, the aspiration of partnership, right, the desire for one, and also with the direction of what one wants to do with it. Right? And this is what we talk about. This is how we heal from coveting mindset, right? Relationship, I want one, but why? I just want one, but why? I just want one, but why? Right? Like it's understanding the why. It's the ability to understand what one wants to do within the relationship that makes the relationship sacred, right? It's the observation. It's not just the space by which one articulates that one wants it, but it's the identification point of what one wants to do with it, right? Think about relationship like a home, right? Or a residence, right? I want one. Why? Because it feels safe. Yeah, but now that's not necessarily true, right? The modality by which we articulate what happens inside or within it creates the context of how we feel as we inhabit it. So I feel like there's a lot of the energy of masculine that is working on healthy direction sense. And healthy direction sense is the gift that we bring. There's no greater gift that we bring to partnership than healthy direction, because it's the modality by which we articulate to another the desire to be in connection with oneself or with another, but also the aspiration and the articulation of where you aspire to go in the context of the relationship. This brings us to feminine energy. Can I get 3 cards for feminine energy? And for feminine energy's headspace right now, we're going to be using the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. 3 cards, please. They came out all in a little block, quick little block, all coming out together, very stuck together. Ace of Wands in its upright. This is really important. We're going to talk about this. Okay, we've got Ace of Wands in its upright. We've got 8 of Wands in its reversal. And we've got King of Cups in its upright. Now, the reason I say this is really important is if you've been following along, yesterday's tarot spread was absolutely wild. Yesterday's tarot spread was absolutely wild, specifically and particularly because not only did we have all 4 king cards coming out in the spread. We had all 4 king cards coming out, but we also had this combination. We had these 2 cards in direct combination with each other. We were talking about a new 9 energy. This is a new 9. And what's interesting about it, though, is in yesterday's spread, they were reversed. In yesterday's spread, it was the 8 of Wands that was in its upright with the Ace of Wands in its reversal. Here we have them in the opposite modality. So what does that effectively mean? It's a lot of that, and I want to describe this, and the reason I keep on calling this a new 9 is because the 9 of Wands, right? The 9 of Wands is all about having one's guard up. The 9 of Wands is like all about seeking shelter, right? And this is, and continuing the conversation that we just had with masculine energy, right? A healthy relationship is not a safe space unless you do the work to make it one, right? A healthy relationship is not a safe space unless one does the work to make it one. It can feel like, this is why relationships can feel like war zones, right? It can create those modalities by which we feel a lot of volatility. If we enter a relationship volatile, there's no way you can enter a relationship volatile and expect to find peace there, right? You can't, you don't go, oh, I'm volatile now, but if I enter a relationship, I'm going to be peaceful. No, you're not. No, you're not. That's not how it works, right? The peace that we work to create with each other is working through our own energetic frustration, right? It's those modalities or those experiences by which we work through a lot of those difficulty points. And so we see that this is a lot of the energy of feminine that feels really frustrated, because what is this feminine we see doing? Again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. The greatest gift that counterpart can provide into a relationship is the peace that they find within that becomes the peace that they share upon without, right? The modality by which we don't look to each other to be each other's peace. We actively work to create it for one another, right? It's hard. It's perpetual. It's constant. And so for a lot of the energy doing that work, this is a lot of the feminine working through those experiences of getting infuriated, right? There's nothing more ridiculous than when energy gets frustrated. The feminine energy is not more vulnerable, because vulnerability is not a switch, right? You don't go like, okay, oh yeah, you're right. Okay, you want some vulnerability. Oh, there you go. Now I'm vulnerable. The modality by which we find ourselves vulnerable is something that happens through the space of being able to feel energetic safety. And we feel safe when we feel that another person takes us into consideration, right? The space of consideration creates the sense of vulnerability, because when another healthy relationship is not a possessive space. It's not the space by which one person says, I have you or you have me. You can be halved by somebody in the state of being halved, which is a halved in terms of HALF, in the state of being halved, right? The halved that comes in being halved, the modality by which another person is not in the capacity to energetically hold the self, right? The modality by which we understand that the healthy relationship does not have us. It holds us. It holds all of us. It's able to effectively articulate and hold everything that is a part of us. And that doesn't mean that things are energetically perfect. But the more that the feminine feels like they are held in the modality of the relationship, right, is more in the context by which the feminine is able to move into their vulnerability state, right? You can't be vulnerable unless you feel like it is safe to be held. So we see that a lot of the energy of the feminine is healing from trauma by which someone wasn't holding them right? And then getting angry at them for not being vulnerable. Make it make sense, right? You can't. It's an impossible request. You can't not be in a space where another person is not holding you properly, and then somebody saying, why aren't you being more vulnerable, right? It creates that energetic tension in the feminine that feels like the vulnerability, that feels more performative rather than being true vulnerability, specifically because of the tension that happens in the state of, again, trying to meet the expectation of vulnerability with someone who is not holding you properly feels like an energetic violation, because it's a violation to the self in relationality to the fact that it's hard to allow oneself to find the space by which one is able to embody the compassion. So we see that that is a lot of the feminine utilizing those modalities of effectively having those type of conversations with counterpart to be able to facilitate and heal healthy connection. And that could be either dealing or remembering experiences from the past by which those circumstances were arriving, or something that they themselves navigated, or simultaneously working in the context of trying to do that work in relationality to healthy present partnership. Now, this brings us to non-binary energy. We'll be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for the headspace of non-binary. 3 cards, please. We've got 2 cantilevered and 1 straight. So we've got the 9 of Cups cantilevered. The Tower card in its reversal, which I think is really important because I'll have to check, but I'm almost 100% certain that that card was there the last time we did this reading in the same place. And the 5 of Cups in its upright. We keep on drawing the same cards for non-binary energy. This is how do I describe this? There's a lot of non-binary energy that's had to let go of, they've had to let go of energy that I keep wondering, the need to energetically let go, like, and I feel like this is, I can hear the non-binary energy almost articulating this to another, like the space by which we let energy go, not because we ourselves are hard to hold, but the space by which another person hurts us in the context of us trying to hold them is what I keep on seeing. This is a lot of energy working through the experience of what it actually means when we talk about what is hard to hold, because what we effectively identify or recognize in relationality to those modalities or experiences is the difference. I keep wondering, the difference in terms of being hard to hold is the energy that often feels like the force or the weight of others' projections in the context of the self or in the context of one's own energetic journey, right? Because the modality of the state, the who we are does not hurt anyone so long as we're living with energetic intention, right? The modality by which we do our best in relationality to be in the state of healthy intention is the recognition of what is in our capacity to change and what is outside of our capacity in relationality to what we have to accept. And so what we effectively see for a lot of that energy is having to work through the space that there is energy that cares for others and they build it upon proximity, right? I just keep on hearing energy going, I care about that person, but they stay over there. I care about that person, but they stay over there. I care about that person, but they stay over there. That the extension of our love does not need to dissipate or go away in the context. This is how we heal, right? The context of our love doesn't have to go anywhere, but the identification of the proximity by which we hold the things we care about helps us understand what feels like it is energetically safe to be in our proximity versus something that needs to be held at a further off distance, right? It's the modality by which we build. I keep wondering, they're navigating the energetic perimeter of their love. And the perimeter of the love is the understanding. And it's continuation of the conversation of vulnerability that we see that was happening in the other collective energies. The understanding that our love can cross very large expanses. Right? That's a nice thing about love, right? Right? You don't need to, look, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It doesn't it doesn't change. The quality, notice the quality and nature of the love that does not change whether the love is here or whether the love is over here. It's very nice like that. It goes like that. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, that ability of understanding or recognizing or feeling that valuation point, that is the energy that effectively utilizes that work in order to heal from trauma, right? We don't have to let go of anything. We don't have to let go of anything. We don't have to let go of anything. We just have to recognize where we hold it, right? We have to recognize the proximity by which we keep things towards us. And the more that we understand ourselves, right? The more that we hold ourselves preciously. The ability to hold ourselves preciously helps us perceive proximity, helps us with situations and circumstances based upon proximity, right? And what is often the journey? I feel like what is the journey that often a lot of the non-binary energy experiences articulates? I cared about that person. The mistake was holding them too closely, right? This is how our empathy effectively extends, right? It's the modality by which we work towards, what we feel is energetically possible versus what we feel is, and I keep on hearing, there's a little bit, I got to point this out, there's an over-internalization here, right? There's a bit of an over-internalization, because even in the space by which I'm reading for this, I see that that's a qualification in terms of having, like, I keep on hearing, it's not a miscalculation to assume that you can hold someone closely, because the assumption, you always want to aspire to desire that you can hold someone closely. Often the modality by which you recognize and realize cannot can feel heartbreaking. It can feel energetically devastating. But I see that that's the energy that builds into relationships very, very slowly, specifically and particularly for the reasons that we are effectively articulating and describing. Moving back towards masculine energy, we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the heart space of masculine right now. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. 2 cantilevered, 1 straight. So again, very similar connection to the non-binary energy that we just drew for. We've got the Judgment card in its reversal. We've got the 10 of Wands cantilevered. And we've got the 10 of Pentacles cantilevered. Whew. Okay, let's talk about it here. So what we're effectively identifying in relationality to masculine heart space, and we like to see the double 10 energy that is appearing there, because the double 10 energy speaks to us, and I like this too, because the 10 of Wands in its reversal with the 10 of Pentacles in its upright often speaks towards and I want to describe this. There's a lot of energy around masculine, and we can often experience this with Neptune and Saturn in retrograde. Like, if you are looking back on a past version of self and you wish you could grab that person and you wish you could say things to that person, congratulations, right? Inner child healing. I'm just going to have to keep on saying this to masculine energy. Inner child healing is not trying to heal the person that you were when you were 3. Inner child healing is healing from the person you were when you thought you knew everything. Inner child healing is healing from the person you were when you thought you knew everything, right? Because that's often what we see. That's often what we see in the context of an inner child, right? That's the issue. That's a child. That is a failure point in child mindset. The difficulty and hurdle that we often experience when it comes towards, right? What is child energy? Child energy in any context, the best way to describe it is the observation of one believing that one knows everything. That is the unhealed inner child. I did it. I'm done now. I don't need to do anything. Dun, dun, dun. Like, it's a modality by which you effectively, it's like, okay, yeah, whoa, man, there they go. There goes that person who thought they knew everything, destroying everything in their path. Look at that. Oh, like, like there they go, thinking they know everything. Oh no, right? It's a lot of that type of energy. that we see there. It's hard, it's painful. And often in the modality and the experience by which we recognize it, and understanding that that is the quality by which wisdom comes in, it's the ability to effectively allow, and that's the context of the beauty of those experiences, right? Because what is the sound? What is the sound of, what is the song you will hear when you're healing? I'm doing it again, right? Like that's the sound you'll heal when you'll heal. That's the sound you'll hear. You'll heal. That's the sound you'll heal when you're healing. I'm doing it again, right? The modality or the experience by which we catch ourselves, right? The journey by which, right, we energetically catch ourselves in our own energetic tendencies, and the ability to observe them, the ability to recognize them, helps us feel energetically fortified in relationality to what it is that we're trying to do in a better way. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, that observation, right? That observation and being able to ascertain. I would not be surprised right now if there's some masculine energy catching themselves in the moment of about to self-sabotage, right? Those modalities or experiences by which we realize, and that's what we talk about when we talk about self-sabotaging, like walking right into the direction of something that you actively healed from, right? The modality, like how sweet it is, how tempting it can be, because it feels like comfortability, right? And the modality by which we recognize and we ascertain and we stop ourselves before we have to repeat energetic cycles all over again. Those modalities and experiences, that is the sound of our profound healing. It's the observation and the recognition point in relationality to what it is that we're articulating, that we're trying to do, but not just what it is that we're articulating and trying to do, right? The ability to effectively navigate and do something in a way that allows us to bring profound change towards us is often, the funny thing about a manifestation goal is often not what you start doing, it's what you stop doing. So I see that that's a lot of the energy that's working into the pathwork of accountability. And the accountability starts with catching oneself in one's own unhealthy tendencies, right? What is pulling one further away from the from the manifestation goal rather than closer towards it? And so I see even now with a lot of that energy and a lot of those relationships, and it's interesting too, because you heard how I started getting kind of choked up. It was like a blockage in the heart space, right? That's what happens. Like that's when we start, that's what happens when we start going back into those unhealthy cycles, right? We start blocking our heart space again. Continuing, and this is moving us back towards feminine. 3 cards for feminine. We'll be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for the heart space of feminine right now. 2 cantilevered, 1 straight. We've got a lot of similarity that's happening right now in these cards. We've got the Emperor card. We've got the King of Cups, and we've got the Hierophant in its reversal. That is some really, really intense energy in the feminine heart space. And let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing. And this is a conversation. This is what happens with feminine energy in relationality to not being held properly, right? Because feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. When feminine energy is not energetically held right, they feel the need of having to embody masculine energy, right? It's the modality by which the feminine needs to kind of move into the modality of feeling that sense of having to be, like I keep on hearing, having to overly compensate for not being held by having to overly embody into masculine. And the thing about that we effectively see is for a lot of the energy, it's the modality of the difference. And this is what we talk about being forced, right? Because forced is requiring, is not moving into the energetic alignment of the self that one desires to be within, right? The modality by which, and here's the thing about it, the modality of our energy, all of our energy is unique. And the modality and the experience by which we find the energetic flow state, by which we inhabit, that feels right for us, right? That feels true for us, that feels authentic for us. That is something that is effectively the what moves us towards our highest self or our best self. It's the observation of where we feel that comfortability point. But often what happens in the context of navigating trauma, right? Trauma turns you into things that you don't aspire to be. Trauma makes you have to occupy roles that you would rather not embody. Trauma is often the articulation of having to do something, not because one desires to, right? Not because one desires to, Mars and Venus, but because one feels like one has to, right? It's the observation or the recognition of effectively identifying or articulating upon something in such a way that allows the observation of being able to build into the context of the understanding or working through the capacity by which we don't feel energetically inclined. And what happens? What happens when we have to assume roles that we don't aspire to assume? We become bitter, right? The bitterness that sets in a modality by which you're not effectively moving into the context of effectively aspiring or being like moving towards one's inclination, but rather the modality by which one feels like one has to step into something in order to energetically facilitate. So we see that for a lot of the feminine, working through that is effectively, in a way, helping the feminine energy heal their relationship to masculine energy, because it's the energy of the feminine that is articulating upon the balance point in relationality to the vulnerability that counterpart might aspire to find within them versus what they can realistically bring out upon themselves. Because in the modality by which, right, the modality by which we feel the vulnerability is the space by which we feel energetically safe to shed our shields. So the modality by which I keep on hearing, this is a lot of the feminine working through shield shedding, which is the observation of effectively, and this is often why feminine gets like, this is why feminine gets upset when someone's like, why are you like that with them but not with me? Like, why do they get that version of you and why don't I get this version of you? And this is the energy that we often see with feminine. Have you created a space by which I feel safe to be able to embody the qualities and characteristics of the space by which one can shed the shield? Because that modality is not something, you can't do it. Like, you cannot, and this is what we get into, right? This is the Cancerian journey. This is the Cancerian journey of Jupiter and Cancer, right? Just shed that shield. Can't shed the shield. Why? Because if you tell me to shed the shield, there'll be a shield behind the shield, right? The shedding of the shield is the energetic illusion, because if we don't feel like we can shed the shield, even when we shed the shield, we're not really shedding the shield, right? There's a shield behind the shield, as if the ego, right? As if the sense of protection is something that one could easily remove away. It's something that happens. It happens in the space by which another person feels energetically in a space by which they feel that sense of security and stability in order to do so. So we've got a lot of that energy there, and I keep on getting, even in the space of navigating through that, it's a conversation, and I keep on seeing this. It's not the conversation that feminine needs to aspire or desire to counterpart. It's the feminine understanding, the observation between discernment and energetic work, right? It's the observation of effectively the feminine doing their portion, right? That's the feminine that understands that in healthy connection, it's always going to feel difficult, right? It's always going to feel difficult to be able to effectively identify or recognize what it feels like to move into that space of vulnerability. But even in the context by which they're moving into that vulnerability, we see that that's a lot of the energy of the feminine that is being able to articulate or amplify what their energetic intention is. So I feel like that's a lot of the feminine that's working towards articulating more upon what it is that they seek from counterpart in order for those energetic needs to be met. This brings us to the non-binary energy. Can I get 3 cards, please? And we'll be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine for the heart space of non-binary. If I can find it. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Okay. We've got the Magician in its upright. We've got the King of Swords in its upright. And we've got the 9 of Cups in its upright. So we've got a lot of 9 energy. We've got a lot of 9 energy today on the table. We've got a lot of 9 and we've got a lot of 10. And that speaks to us of pathwork, of culmination. Now, the culmination that we effectively see that is occurring in these energetic frequencies, and especially for non-binary energy, this is working deeper into the context of, I keep on getting this, the healthy relationship that is not built upon the fantasy of the person, but on the reality of the experience. And this is what we effectively get. This is energy that has been hurt by others' fantasies of them, right? And that's what we see with the Magician, with the King of Swords in its reversal. The space by which another person approaches us with their fantasy. And this is why we have to understand that it's not enough. Like this is why a manifestation is not a fantasy, right? Because here's the thing with fantasy. In the headspace, everything's beautiful, right? Really hard to imagine pain up here. Go ahead, try to imagine pain up there. Bet it doesn't really hurt. Okay, here's the modality of it, right? The agony and the ecstasy in a fantasy is mostly ecstasy. Even in the space by which there's agony, like the brain's real bad at creating agony, it usually becomes ecstasy. So the modality by which energy often articulates upon the fantasy, right? The energetic fantasy that we see that is occurring. And then in the context of the fantasy, energy that could not stomach the energetic reality, right? This is the nature of the wound that a lot of the non-binary energy is carrying, because it's the energy that articulates that the beautiful thing about truly loving a manifestation goal is in the context of experiencing it. It's like you welcome all parts of it, right? It's a lot of bring it on energy. It's a space by which one understands that the difference between healthy relationship is someone that knows the self well, because the ability of knowing the self is the ability to discern between a love for fantasy and an adoration for reality. Because what's cool about reality is a place by which fantasy becomes reality, and the ability to effectively navigate those modalities or experiences, right? The space by which one moves through something or one experiences something, and it's harder, but it's harder, but it's also more real. Like, this is a lot of the energy that I keep on hearing they're looking for fortified partnership. And what is fortified partnership? It's not enough just to articulate a desire for something, so much as one has the energetic resilience that is required to embody it, right? It's a lot of that, like, and it's interesting. It's interesting because I want to point this out. Did you notice the interesting thing that we see that's happening right now in relationality to shields, right? Because masculine is working through the inner child healing that felt like they shielded them from being able to understand things. Feminine is working through the observation, the ridiculousness of someone asking you to shed a shield that you cannot shed unless one feels energetically comfortable to shed it. While non-binary energy is looking for energy that is energetically reliable, right? Heavily shielded from overly experiencing, being overly invested in something fantastic, which is the observation of someone who likes to imagine things, right? Likes to imagine scenarios, but doesn't have the energetic stomach to navigate the energetic reality of circumstances or situations. So we see that that's a lot of the work that's feeling unified across all of the experiences. I'm not surprised to see it, not surprised to see it with Mars and Venus in Capricorn, while Jupiter is in Cancer in retrograde, and Uranus is in Taurus in retrograde. Now let's move into the unconscious space, moving back to masculine. 3 cards, please. We'll be utilizing the tarot, the Aquarian tarot, for the unconscious of the masculine right now. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, we got another, listen, this is incredible. We've got another 8 of Wands here. So we've got another 8 of Wands coming through in a reversal. So we've got mirroring on the feminine to masculine. 7 of Swords in its reversal. And we've got the 6 of Pentacles in its reversal. So that's some complicated stuff. That's some complicated stuff in the heart, in the unconscious of the masculine. And I gotta tell you, for masculine energy that's going through what I'm seeing in that space, there's no going backward. And there's no reason to go backward. You know? I think there's something really, like, I feel like I see a lot of masculine energy contending or dealing with a lot of regret. And we have to talk about the nature of regret is often the observation. The nature of regret is often the observation in working through something, but not just in the context of energetically working through something. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, like that ability, and I keep on seeing, we work, like when we love each other, we work into the modality of protection. It's the state or space by which we articulate and amplify and work through something in such a way that it allows for the observation of what it is that we are trying to do better, and not just what it is that we're trying to do better. The recognition of working through something in such a way that we're able to energetically articulate upon our own sense of remorse about things is what I keep on hearing. And remorse, like the nature of remorse is often the space by which, and I keep on, and I want to describe this, like for a lot of masculine energy, I almost see those modalities or experiences where one starts to like slip back into unhealthy patterns or slipping back into unhealthy dynamics, right? The modality by which, like, and this is what we talk about, the fact that we recognize ourselves, like when we find ourselves slipping, and then we effectively, like we move back into something just as quickly. Our healing, and this is what we keep on hearing, our healing is not a switch, right? Our healing is not a switch. Our healing is amplified by how quickly we catch ourselves as we start to move backwards. Healing comes in many forms. And I see that in some capacity or experience, even that observation, right, that recognition point in being able to ascertain, right? And I don't know why, there's something about this energy right now where it's like some of that energy, like working into the expansiveness. And I feel like this is the gift. Like I almost feel like there's some masculine energy right now that is almost having an out-of-body experience in the modality of being able to see the self and be like, I am about to step right back into, like the modality is saying, I'm about to step right back into like the situation that created like energetic conflict in the beginning, right? Like the modality by which we catch ourselves in the moment by which we're energetically about to repeat an unhealthy cycle, right? The modality by which we catch ourselves like about to like fall off that energetic cliff, as it were, in the modality by which we recognize that, and this is what we talk about in relationality to the temptation, like the temptation of karma is often the amplification of the firm belief that something will be different than the way that we left it. But the modality of experiencing things and recognizing what was in our capacity to heal and change versus what was in our capacity to accept around situations. This is often why we sometimes frequently talk about that ability to effectively move forward or move beyond circumstances and situations, because it is the understanding of the energetic lesson by which we are able to refine and protect and refine and heal and energetically ascend. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, right? It's the space by which we understand. Like I keep on hearing, it's understanding how tempting karma is, right? It's tempting because it's energetically comfortable. It's tempting because it's familiar. But the work that we understand in relationality to understanding, I keep on hearing, we don't move towards things because they are familiar. We move towards things because it's often the context by which we're doing something in a way that we haven't done it before that allows us to understand that we're going through those maturation processes. So I see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it it's not it's not only feeling the energetic frustration of the past, but being fortified in the reminder that what is ahead of us is always is better, is like what is ahead of us is the direction of what is for us, right? It's something that is like it's often those modalities or experiences by which we recognize or we feel the sense of time. Now, continuing to get clarification for feminine, and we'll be utilizing the tarot of the divine for feminine energy. 3 cards, please. We've got the Fool card in its upright. We've got the Hierophant in its upright. And we've got the 7 of Cups in its upright. So what are we effectively identifying in relationality? We've got, and this is really interesting for feminine because we've got double Hierophant energy right now in the space of feminine. We basically got the Hierophant cantilevered in its reversal here, but then we've got the Hierophant in its upright bottom of the deck. I mean, at the bottom in the bottom placement. So what that effectively speaks to us to is it's feminine working through the modality and the experience of feeling energetically fortified in relationality to the energetic direction. And I keep on hearing it has to do with the force of intention, right? The force of intention. We have to meet intention with a sense of patience and compassion. The observation by which we recognize and identify the work that we set, like the work that we set apart upon in terms of relationship. And it's interesting too, because a lot of the energy that we see here with the Fool card, I want to describe it as a further conversation in relationality to, it's a further conversation in relationality to one's own sense of building into the context of intention. And I keep on getting that for a lot of the feminine right now, like that modality or experience of working through, I keep on hearing working through healthy counterpart energy is I keep on getting the continuation or observation of how I keep on getting the ability to define to another what one aspires for, but not just what one aspires for, but the ability to effectively articulate, like to have the space by which one is able to dictate to another what one's energetic intentions are. And I feel like there's something really energetically important there, because I almost see that for a lot of the feminine working through those modalities or experiences, it's a continuation of building into productivity, and not just building into productivity, healing from modalities or experiences by which there is an over concentration of working to compare, right? Because it's a continuation that nothing ruins a manifestation more than comparison, right? When you spend all of your time comparing, you will never find a manifestation anywhere. You will literally be in your manifestation. You will be in your manifestation, and you're so busy craning your neck that you won't get to enjoy any of the manifestation, right? Because the manifestation is the act of energetically embodying it. And I feel like that is what's almost happening for a lot of the feminine energy. It's working into some kind of pathwork of energetic resilience, but not just resilience. It's the observation or the understanding of the work that we do to set our energetic intention in relationality or in observation to the things that we energetically care about. And I keep on getting this. Like, I feel like I see a lot of this energy building into the space of their passion. But also, I keep on hearing, it's interesting because every time I read for feminine right now, I'm hearing passion project, right? Which is the observation, like when we have something that sets our heart ablaze, right? Then we are eager to extol upon it. It's something that we love to speak upon. And when we don't have one of those, it becomes really easy to feel adrift in our own experiences. So I feel like there's something about there's something about the feminine that is working through the understanding, like, and it's working through the fury that we experience in relationship. The healthy, the healthy passion is one that allows for something to be created within it, right? It's not the passion that energetically destroys. Because what happens, right, is when we feel a lot of emotionality and we don't know where to place it, it often can be indicative of the fact that there's something within us that needs to be healed or resolved. And that's often the space by which others feel like we're projecting, like we're projecting all of that passion onto everyone around the self instead of being precious with our passion. And when we're precious with our passion, being precious with our passion means that we effectively know where to put the passion, right? So we feel passion and we put it in the place by which the passion doesn't hurt things. It allows something to be warmed by it. It allows something to grow. So I feel like there's a lot of the energy of the feminine that's doing a lot of work in terms of navigating passion, right? The difference between projecting that passion onto others in the space by which it sometimes creates those modalities by which we hurt one another, and instead working into the space by which another is able to articulate or amplify or effectively grow what it is that they're trying to grow. Now, this brings us to the unconscious of non-binary energy. Can I please get 3 cards? And we'll be utilizing for the unconscious of non-binary the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. The Moon card in its upright. The 8 of Cups in its reversal. And the 2 of Wands in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit let's talk a little bit about what we effectively see in relationality to, and this is what's like the non-binary unconscious space right now. Particularly, there's a lot of cups that we see in this experience here. And what we're seeing with a lot of those cups is it's the observation or the understanding of building into the context of working through, I keep on getting working through the sense of the self, but in the space that allows the context of like what we care about or how we feel or our own emotionality to be energetically fortified in terms of, like, I keep on hearing, in terms of embracing the mystery of the self. And this is what's beautiful, I keep on seeing with a lot of this energy. It's not the fact that we can ever know ourselves completely, right? It's never the fact that we can know ourselves completely, but we do the work to understand ourselves as much as possible. Because the more that we're able to understand ourselves, the more that we become an energetic gift for all of those around the self, right? It's the observation, and it was a continuation of what we saw yesterday. When we're doing, what is the result? Like, what is the result of doing our shadow work effectively, right? What is the result of doing our shadow work effectively? Even when we're at our worst, we are at our best, right? Even when we're at our worst, we are at our best, because it's the understanding that when we navigate triggers, when we navigate frustrations, when we navigate those energetic observations that feel like they confound or vex or frustrate us, right? The ability to know the self, even when we delve into the well of ourself, we know what we energetically find there, right? We're never surprised. We're never mortified. We're never shocked, right? It's the understanding of the self in all of its facets, even the ones that come up when we're feeling less than our best, right? When we're feeling energetically frustrated. And that's what I mean in terms of the gift that we become to all of those around the self. Because the modality of knowing the self, never does energy feel safer, right? Never does energy feel safer than with someone who knows the self. Because when we know the self, we know the architecture of ourselves. We know the bounds by which we experience and arrive towards things. And that modality is a blessing, not only to ourselves, but to all of those around us, right? It is the gift that perpetually continues to give. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy in that space, having to do that work, they do so specifically and particularly because they have been hurt. I keep on hearing they haven't even been hurt intentionally by others. They've been hurt by others' non-intention. The clumsiness that we bring in navigating those that we care greatly about, but we have no idea how to hold, right? This is what happens. This is why we have to prepare ourselves for love, right? The state of preparing ourselves for love is so that we don't destroy it when we finally have the opportunity to hold it. Because when you don't know how to navigate your emotions and you find that person who you care about more than anyone, the surge of energy that you will either break you or it will or it will create you, right? It is the modality by which you will fall apart or you will come together in a way that you never have dreamt before. And the observation of being able to do so rests heavily on how well one knows the self, because the ability to feel something you haven't felt before, right? And not fall apart in the modality of feeling it, that is the amplification of what it feels like when we find love. So I see that that's a lot of the energy. That's what I meant in terms of healing by way or by means of energetic proximity, right? The space by which another recognizes or identifies the experience of healing is one by which they work upon their heart space and they build into the context of those who are allowed to hold them. Because it's the modality by which we build those healthy boundaries is the amplification and the articulation of how another person energetically feels towards us. And it's a modality by which when another person has a lot of feelings, but they haven't done the work in navigating the feelings effectively, sometimes what we experience with those feelings doesn't feel positive. And it's nothing's more painful than when you're experiencing a modality by which another person cares about you. But the only way that they can convey the way that they care about you is by energetically hurting you. Like that is the sound of trauma occurring. That's the sound of the energetic projection. So I see that that's a lot of the energy that builds upon their empathy, right? They don't allow those experiences to change them. But even in the ability to have to carry that, it requires them to build into relationship with a deeper sense of care or caution, right? There's a lot, I keep on hearing, there's a lot of that delicacy that they bring to situations, and this is the reason why. Bottom of the deck on this reading, beginning first with masculine, bottom of the deck, utilizing the Smith-Waite system, Queen of Wands in its upright. So I feel like for a lot of the energy working through right now, masculine, this is masculine trying to heal their relationship to feminine, right? You cannot be afraid of something that you desire to love. You cannot be afraid of something that you desire to love. And this is why I feel like this is the mentality of, this is the energy of masculine that's working on the space of bravery. And I keep on hearing, not bravery, not trying to show, right? Not trying to show feminine that they are not afraid of anything. Because what often happens in the modality by which we try to show feminine that we're not afraid of anything, right? That's all, do you realize that? Do you realize that what are you trying to do when you try to show someone that you're not afraid of anything? You tell on yourself, you go, I'm not afraid of you. But you don't have to say I'm not afraid of you to someone that you're not afraid, that you're afraid of. Like it's right? Like, do you understand when you say to someone, I'm not afraid of you, you are clearly afraid, or we wouldn't be having the conversation, right? Like it's a modality that even in the space by which we understand the show of strength that we often feel that we have to have, that we want to do instead of having a vulnerable conversation, often shows others how terrified we are of our emotions, right? It's the difference between the performative bravery that is required to have a vulnerable conversation versus a show of strength, right? Versus a show of force. So I see that that's a lot of the masculine that is working to try to connect more deeply with the feminine. Because when you come towards someone, right? When you come towards someone and you build into the context of trying to show someone, like, look how not afraid of you I am, that's not the grounds of a healthy relationship, right? That's often the issue, right? The modality by which we work through, the space by which that shouldn't even be out, like that is old. Those are old wounds, right? That are rising up in the context of the present experience. And so I see that that's a lot of the masculine that's working through the space of understanding that feminine is not separate from masculine. Feminine is part of masculine. And the modality by which the masculine embraces that aspect of feminine within them often builds into the context of not feeling that when they find those qualities and characteristics within the self, they feel that sense or that space of being reviled, right? Because why would you feel energetically reviled from something that you feel drawn or attracted towards, right? It's the understanding of what it means to build into healthy energy that starts within the self in relationality to how we feel about counterpart connection. For feminine energy, bottom of the deck right now, utilizing the tarot of the divine, Ace of Cups. A lot of ace cards right now in the space of the feminine. So this is the feminine that works upon the gift that we bring to relationship is a love of the self. If you don't love the self, there is no relationship you will ever find love in. You will pass by love on the street. People will leave love everywhere you go. But if you're in the modality by which you're not loving yourself, you can't see love all around you. And further, the modality by which we work through the unbelievability of the experience of receiving it is often working on the space by which we work towards the sense of love for the self. And that sense of love for the self is not self-centered so long as it's reciprocal. So long as there's not something we're giving ourselves that we wouldn't eagerly give another person. It's not self-centered to be centered in self. It's, in fact, the more that we're able to build into the kindness and compassion we have for ourselves, the easier it is to recognize when we feel like our standards are not being energetically held properly, and allows for the space of conversation. It allows the space of compassion, because a lot of the cards that we see right now for feminine is understanding the careful territory of making sure that we always assess our standards, because our standards are always able to be spoken to. If we don't feel like our standards are met, a good way to be able to fortify whether they are our standards is to have a conversation about them, because the modality by which you feel like you have a standard but you don't feel comfortable talking about it, you've just identified your trauma in disguise, masquerading as a standard. This brings us to non-binary energy, bottom of the deck. Oh, man. So we've got the Chariot energy in its reversal. And this has a lot to do with the energy that is working through the context of the desire to connect, but the fear of doing so, right? This is energy that often feels the desire to want to energetically connect with others. But all of this trauma that I've been articulating that they're going through, all of those modalities of trying to assess what is safe to hold, is the amplification of understanding the volume of feelings that they've experienced in the past, and further potentially having those experiences where the issue was not a lack of love, but too much love from someone that had not done the work to hold their love effectively. Because the modality by which you can experience somebody, and this is often energy that can often feel like they move away from situations, and someone says, I've never felt like anything like I ever felt with you, right? This is the sad song that I feel like a lot of this energy hears as they continue through their experiences. Because when somebody makes us feel something that we've never felt before, we answer the call within ourselves, right? We rise up to meet that by becoming the person that we aspire to be. Or it creates that moment by which it feels like everything is energetically falling apart around the self. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, that observation of having to have gone through experiences by which they know, like I almost feel like it's the energy that knows someone that holds an apology for them, but not even the context by which they'll approach, because it's a modality that one understands that the volume, when you see somebody who holds or contains a volume of emotions, but instead of communicating it, utilizes it in ways that feel like they only hurt us, it often creates those modalities by which we articulate, like we articulate and amplify our sense of care, but our care that does not allow for the conscientious point of energetic proximity. It's the observation of what we recognize as healthy. And that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to that energy, working through the context of not having been changed by something, but being perpetually changed by it. Because I see this energy that articulates and says, they don't forget about anything, right? They don't let go of anything. This is the work we do, not to, like, this is the work we do to not allow things to change us, right? It's not about letting go. It's about growing large, it's expanding and expounding upon it. It's understanding it in a way that becomes its own sense of profoundness. And so I see that for a lot of that energy, you know, there's delicacy, but I keep on seeing the healthy counterpart understands the nature by which the energy treads. That is where we find all of the energy. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the judgment card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST. 9 p.m. Eastern, we will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the World card. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack, become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our classes each and every month. If you become a monthly subscriber, you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. If you become a founding, you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. You'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied thus far. The material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. And I also would like to let you guys know that even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have access to my Mystic Meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been studying, everything we've been seeing in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we just navigated. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy now to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I would also like you to take the opportunity to head over to my Stack to learn more about a very special retreat that we'll be hosting this August. I'd like to invite you to join me August 8th through 13th, where we will be exploring and learning more about the tarot in the locationality by which the tarot was first discovered. Please join me on a retreat where we'll be traveling to Tuscany, Rome, and Florence. And not only will we be studying and practicing our tarot skills there, but we'll also be understanding deeper the culture by which the tarot was able to find a foothold to grow and thrive. You'll find all of that information over on my Stack. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Good Vibes. You got the highest gifter today. You'll be getting that free reading. And Avatar, you came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the 6th person read for. 4 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. That's true. How you doing today, Creative? And Johnny, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Goods. Forward, looks great. That's cool. What's up? Sorry, pay attention to details. No problem. Good. You have nothing to apologize for. I know there is, Alchemist. Thank you, dear. How are you doing today, Avatar? Welcome, Ryan. I want to see you, cat. Maybe when we do the intuition check. How are you doing today, dear? Welcome. How you doing today, Jojo? Good to see you. And you blanked on bird names. How can you blank on bird names? There's so many. Yep, some days that's as good as it gets. And thank you so much, Viva, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I'm doing well, Good Vibes. How are you doing? Congratulations winning that reading. It's like Christmas every time. Excellent. Thank you as well, Alchemist. And thank you, Nicholas, for those heart me's. And sending you support, Brylan. Absolutely. And thank you, Rose, for the follow. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap. Hi there, Godfrey. I'm doing well. If you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation. I'm happy to read for you. You'll be the 6th person read for. A healthy relationship does not have us. It holds us. Tap to claim. Grand Rising, Jana. Yeah, we can absolutely hold your reading, Bridget. I hate how Alchemist, I hate how accurate you are all the time. Thank you. And I think, yep. Oh, Bridge, I'm sending you support, dear. I do my best, good. And Elizabeth, thank you for the follow. Again, I apologize for those individuals that were coming in. Yep. Absolutely. Proximity feels like starvation right now. Sending you support, Alchemist. And thank you, Lori, for the heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card. It's a lot of wands. You are completely right. It is a lot of wands. I agree. Yep, perimeter vibes explained so well. Terror, I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Thank you for the help, Viva. I appreciate it. Yep. Esteban, we can definitely discuss that moving forward. Yep, blindly follow out of fear. I do my best, Esteban. Thank you. Hi there. How are you doing, 183? Gosh, say that 10 times fast. Shedding the shield. Yep. Say shed the shield 10 times. Everybody's saying say shed the shield 10 times fast. Amazing. Anyone know how to stop? User 183. Again, I feel like the first thing we'd have to do in a reading is ascertain why you feel like that's occurring. Synchronization. Tap to claim Viva. Yeah, the king was reversed. Thank you for clarifying. Hi, Per. Okay, if you're getting on the list, that's perfectly fine. Did you get on the list already, Per? I didn't see if you did. I think we can do it within that time frame. Fortified partnership. I heard 4 to 5. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting, Alchemist. Yeah, it is 876. You did point that out, Viva. That's a really good point. Yep, and thank you, Gali, for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, feel free to correct me. And Kelsey, thank you for the follow. Mavina, thank you for the follow. Laura, we just finished the collective. We're going to get started on personals now. Okay, you're welcome, dear. And Marty, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Esteban. Thank you. I appreciate you. I do my best. Thank you, Alchemist. You're welcome, Mamo. You're welcome, Viva. Hi there, Suze. Esteban, thank you for confirming. You will be the 6th person read for. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 7th person read for. You did. Thank you, Per. I've got you on the list as well. And I've got 4 spots left today before the list will be closed. If anybody else would like a reading, go ahead and let me send your donation now to make sure that if you want to secure that spot. Welcome from Australia. How are you doing today, Karen? All right, friends, we are going to get started on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list for today, I've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. If you would like to get, if you have information that you feel is important to our reading, if you have a dream that you would like me to interpret or a past life you would like more information on, include in the notes when you send the donation or post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. First person we are reading for today. And also, friends, when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We are already at 30K, so make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. First person we're reading for today is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And while we wait for Ava's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fire dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And thank you for letting me know what your question is. I'm going to pin up Ava there, friends. Make sure that you give Ava some love. What do we have coming through? Okay. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Ava? Outside. Got you. Hi, okay, I would love a reading on New Year's resolution for my higher self for 2026. 2 cards on personal development, 2 cards on career and professional development. I got you, dear. All right, 2 cards, please. Thank you. And 2 cards. You know, it's interesting because personal development, I feel like what I'm seeing in relationality to personal development right now is I feel like there's something really important there in terms of, how do I describe this? I feel like there's something that has to do with locationality. You know, like it almost feels like the prioritization point in what you're doing is building more upon locationality than the work itself, is what I keep on seeing. It feels like there's something really energetically important that's happening there. And I just keep on getting that something that I'm observing, like something I'm observing has to do with some kind of aspiration in relationality to location, you know? Like I just keep on hearing the sound in like the zone of career that says, what is it going to take to get there? Right? Which is like the observation. I don't know. I feel like this is you traveling somewhere, seeing someplace and being like, this is it. This is where I'm supposed to be, you know? Like this is the place. I'm not sure where this is. I don't know if you've been there yet, is what I keep on seeing. But I feel like it's interesting because it just keeps on saying some kind of determination or decision point in relationality to where you want to be is going to have a profound effect on the work that you're doing or how you're working or your perception of work. Now, the personal is really, really intriguing right now because what I'm seeing in the space of the personal, I feel like I want you to be very conscientious about building into, like making sure that you're being very conscientious with who you're building emotional relationships with at this time. Because something I'm seeing in the personal space. It feels like there's a couple of different things that you're going to have to navigate. The positive is the positive I'm seeing is potentially you having a sense of clarity, like a profound sense of clarity, um, in terms of, and I feel like I keep on reading on this karmic that like I'm reading on a karmic that can't stop thinking about you, but at the same time recognizes that they're not energetically good for you, is what I keep on getting. You know? Like I literally see somebody that is like I want to describe like I want to like I don't know who I'm picking up on here, but this person feels like it almost feels like somebody who's like coming to terms with the fact that their feelings about you haven't changed. But the thing is, it was never an issue about the feelings. Like I just hear somebody saying like they made some kind of like they made some kind of determination point, the fact that they never wanted to settle down, you know? Like I feel like um and I almost see somebody like working through the context of almost like having a conversation with someone in terms of understanding. And I feel like here's the thing that's wild about it. I don't know why. Like I feel like there's something that's happening right now where you had a conflict with someone where they tried to say like you're not going to make me settle into an ordinary life. You know? Like I almost hear somebody like getting really, really savage about something, being like, you're not going to make me settle down into an ordinary life. And I feel like they're coming into the dawning reality that there's nothing ordinary about you, is what I keep on hearing. They're coming into the devastating awareness that there was never anything ordinary about you in the first place. But I almost feel like it's going to potentially create some kind of modality. Like I almost see someone trying to come towards you and almost seeing you in the space of them trying to restart a connection and you almost being in the space of rejecting it by recognizing, like, I feel like it's almost feeling like a little bit of a reversal in the space of you saying to another person, I don't think it's in our best, like, I don't think it's in our best interest to maintain an energetic connection, you know? Specifically and particularly because I keep on, like, the thing I keep on hearing, I feel like it's almost like the modality by which you recognize that and you get upset because you're mad. Like you're mad that somebody needed you to prove it to them rather than taking you at your word. You know? Like it almost feels like somebody who you offered the opportunity to create with. And they're only coming towards you after they've seen that like you are as good as your word, if not more. The bright side about that, bottom of the deck, yeah, I feel like that's the hard part. Like particularly with the Queen of Swords in its reversal. Healthy energy, healthy energy does not require us to prove things, is what I keep on hearing. Healthy energy does not need to prove, like, does not require us to prove things. It doesn't require us to prove ourselves in order for another person to, like, I almost see somebody being like, I'm sorry I doubted you, and you being like, you should be. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me the observation of you working through a situation or circumstance where I almost see you having like profound empathy like absolute profound empathy for the situation of someone, like the situation of someone, um, like caring about you, but putting their ambition ahead of you is what I keep on seeing. You know, like that's what I keep on seeing is happening. Like it's almost, I feel like that's what I see a situation like somebody be coming up to you saying, I'm sorry I doubted you. And being like, you didn't doubt me. You follow ambition. And you're coming back because you see, like you see the fact that there was nothing, you weren't just talking about what it is that you aspired to do. You were moving in that direction. And so I feel like the positive is, and I kind of, and I feel like I see you in the midst of being in healthy partnership at the time that all of this goes down. So I just keep on hearing, be very conscientious. Be very conscientious about like the timing by which another person comes back to you, right? Because I keep on like the space by which another person, like the space by, and I keep on hearing, especially if you're in the process of building into something in such a way that allows the context of what it is that you're growing through. Because everything I keep on getting is like, I almost like, I keep on hearing, it's like, it's almost like the observation you have with another person saying like, yeah, it's almost like you observing that you never could have aspired for those things with them because they would have doubted you every step of the way, you know? So, but this says to me that the positive is I feel like these are like, this is, I keep wondering like, this is the year that you get serious about something. Like this is the year that you're like the dream becomes a reality. And I feel like a lot of that is also like, I feel like a lot of the energy that I'm observing here, like I feel like that's what I keep on getting in relationality to it changing things, but not like things changing around you, but things not changing you in the context of things changing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 4 spots left before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. It is the Wheel of Fortune, Alchemist. You're welcome, good vibes. And Karen, thank you for the follow. Hi there from Australia. Excellent. And the list right now, Ruby, if you get on it, you'll be the 6th person read for. Yes, I'm trying to figure out where to move next after the retreat. Yeah, that's what I keep on seeing. Like everything feels like it's focused. Like I feel like what you're doing isn't as important as where you're going to be. Like I keep on hearing like this is you being like, what's it going to take to get there? Like I'll do anything. Yeah, like I see you being like, what do you need me to do? I'll do that. That's what I do now. Like that's what I see. Thank you as well, Psychic. And thank you as well, Gary, for the follow. Yeah, I have closed all the doors to past people during the retreat, but for good reason. I see it. Samantha, thank you for getting on the list, but I think that the donation that you sent is not the correct amount. So the donation amount for non-subscribers is 29, and for those who are super fans, it's 23. So if you can send the difference, I'm happy to read for you, dear. Yeah, it really does feel like it is kind of like a tabula rasa year for you. I think that's a really good way of putting that, Alexandra. Yes, I relate to this. Hey there, Adam. Good to see you today. And thank you for those heart me's, Lynn. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed. And we're also at 33 point. Thank you for the difference, Samantha. I appreciate you. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hind. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right. And let me just pin you up here. Ooh, we're doing an Akashic. All right, excellent. Guys, make sure to give Ivana some love. Mm-hmm. Mm. So it's interesting because there's a lot of information that, like, there's a lot of information that I feel is like, it's interesting because every time I read into your Akashic, there's like some kind of energetic restriction that I'm finding there, which is like really, it's really, really compelling. It's really, really interesting. I know that we've discussed it. And I feel like the thing that is going to, the thing that's going to help you with that blockage is working through something that doesn't add up, is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? And what's interesting about it is it almost feels like something that is like in alignment to something in your own ancestral path work, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like, I see you kind of going through something, being like, wait, let me get this straight. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I see you going going through this and working through something, working through something that doesn't feel completely like it energetically fits, is all I keep on getting. You know, like it's like I keep on getting like one of these things is not like the other, or something in relationality to you, like almost like working through another person's timeline, and you almost saying to somebody, wait, let me get this straight. Wait, this happened and then that happened, and then being like, yeah, but like that doesn't make any sense. You know? Like it almost says to me like there's something about like working through the gap in another person's resume in relationality to like I almost see you having a conversation with someone being like, what were you what were you doing? Like, what were you doing all that time? Like, what were you doing in all that, like in that time? Like, what's that? What's that like, what's that? Like, what's that? You know what I mean? And I feel like that is more the understanding. And it's interesting too, because every time, and sometimes I see this, and this is why I always like to point out, there are blockages and there are blockages. There are modalities by which we feel energetically blocked due to karma. There are things we feel energetically blocked due to due to like our own readiness to like navigate the self. And then sometimes I read for somebody, and I always find these the most fascinating. Sometimes I read for somebody and the guides are like, not yet. They're like, not yet, not yet. It's not yet, right? And it's like the modality by which, like, I like to point this out, a good guide never wants to overwhelm us. They never want to give us more than we can like realistically navigate. And so I feel like it's interesting because I feel like that is often, I feel like this is indicative of the fact that you're moving towards, in the space of your own, like your own energetic journey, the ability to like navigate down, like what I like to describe as downloads, right? Like energetic downloads being often like those modalities or experiences by which you like you have that like intensification or understanding of something that is happening, but in a way that feels energetically profound, like the observation of being able to understand something, but understand something in a bigger context by which you may have originally experienced or received it. So I just want you to be, I want you to be conscientious about that. Like I want you to, I don't want you to get frustrated. Like, I don't want you to get frustrated right now if you feel like you're doing a lot of work in like the state of meditation, where like you sometimes feel like, I keep on hearing like you sometimes feel like you reach, like I keep on hearing like you sometimes feel like you reach the outskirts of something. And then there's like, I keep on hearing like there's that energetic blockage point. Because, and I keep on hearing it has nothing to do, it has nothing to do with the fact that something is energetically restricted. I keep on getting the same message from your guides, which says it's the observation that they don't want to overwhelm you, right? And it's like I keep on hearing remember, and I keep on hearing remember a no is a not yet, right? And even I keep on hearing even like you know, and I think it's interesting because like they're showing me, like they're showing me the observation of something that feels energetically barred, right? Like the guides don't show us like bars in the space by which they say you can't come in, right? Often the guides show us things like that are energetically barred by being like it's not ready. It's not ready. Not yet, right? It's like I keep on getting there's something about that. There's something important about that not yet that I want you to hold on to. Especially if you're doing especially if you're doing a lot of that work, and you're feeling frustrated because you move towards something, and like even in like either in the meditation or dream space, you feel that energetic restriction, right? Like it's saying to me that doesn't indicate something, it doesn't indicate something that you cannot see so much as it almost indicates the guides articulating upon one's own readiness to be able to energetically navigate it, is what I keep on getting. So just be patient. Just be patient with yourself in relationality to a lot of that work, because I keep on feeling like a lot of that modality or a lot of those experiences by which I see that you're working through is helping you be patient with yourself as you move towards like your own sense of understanding around the nature of circumstances or situations. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly and especially with the, you know, I think there's something really important, like this is a continuation of what I was saying right now. In terms of the Eight of Cups, the Eight of Cups in its upright. I feel like there's something important in relationality to that. You are exactly where you need to be. You are exactly where you need to be. And I keep on hearing, the observation of, so one thing I keep on getting, like, especially because there's a lot, I think I've articulated to you before and I've read for you that there's a lot of additional dimensionality in your Akashic when I read for it. Like there's a lot of dimensionality there. But that's why I keep on getting the, like, the experience of, I keep on hearing like the experience of something being restricted. Think about it as someone preparing something for you, right? It's interesting too, because I almost keep on hearing them say it's not that you're not ready, it's that they're not ready, is what I keep on seeing. There's something really interesting that's coming through on that. That I think that just like, I feel like that's something, like, I don't, and again, if that resonates with you, right? Like, it's not that you're not ready, it's that they're not ready, right? Like the modality by which, I feel like it's the modality by which, like, how do I describe this? It's a little bit, it's kind of complicated, but there's some kind of rewriting that's happening there. And I keep on getting the reason that it's energetically rewriting, and I know this is going to sound a little bit confusing, but the reason something's being rewritten, because, you know, remember how I articulated that there's another version of self that's learning from this experience? Like, it's the observation of the energy that's actively recognizing where they themselves got it wrong. But that self is you, is what I keep on saying. Like, I see somebody being like, I was completely off. Like, I see somebody being like, oh, I was completely off about that. Like, it's working. It's like I told you. It's like it's somebody. It's like the higher self is very much. The higher self is very much working in alignment with you right now. But like, that's what I mean in terms of not being too hard on the self as you're working through and navigating through those experiences. Thank you so much for having. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards. I've got 2 spots left before the list will be closed today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Well, and again, so I'm working with Ivana in mentorship capacity too. So sometimes these readings like branch off into things happening there, and those are things that I effectively share when we're in the mentorship. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Absolutely. I relate to this. Yes. You're so welcome, dear. Yep. And thank you, Sammy, for the follow. Yes, thank you as well, Jen, for the follow. Yeah, I'm really curious about this now. Wow. Yeah, my guides are not ready. No, yeah, like that's it's not that the guides aren't ready. I feel like it has to do with the energy around you, is what I keep on seeing. Now like the guides are fine. The guides are the guides are it's not about the guides not being ready. Yes. Wow. Yeah. It's not even no, it's not the past self either. I feel like it's a context of the present self and the energy around the present self is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Ivana. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a pleasure working with you in that capacity. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Laura. Laura, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And um, if you would like also we are at 44K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Before we continue, hi Laura, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And while we wait, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. I'm also going to pin up Laura here. Make sure to give Laura some love. 4 cards, please. Or 3 cards. You know, you can turn like there are so many opportunities. There are only so many opportunities that you can like there are only I want to describe the thing that we're supposed to do. The thing we're supposed to do with olive branches is grow them. I think that there's something really, really energetically important about that. The thing we do with olive branches is we grow them. We don't try to, we don't come into the space of, and I keep on hearing, gifts are gifts because we don't expect something back in return. Those are some like those are some really important messages that are coming through in this reading, right? Like a gift, and I need to point this out, the difference between a gift and a gauntlet, okay? Like the difference between a gift and a gauntlet is that a gift is freely given, right? A gift is something we freely give. And the beautiful thing about a gift is that there's no strings attached to it, right? Like that's what's beautiful about a gift. A gift is a gift because it's something we give from our heart and we don't expect anything back in turn. Like that is the nature of a gift. A gauntlet is the modality by which someone gives you something and then goes, now you have to give me something. And I think that that's really important, particularly in the shape of some kind of trauma that you're working to heal from. Gifts aren't gauntlets. I want you to write that down. Gifts aren't gauntlets, which means we don't give a gift and then go, because I did that, now you have to give me something, because if not, if I gave you a gift and then you don't give me a gift, then that means that we are now like, that was never a gift in the first place. That was never a gift in the first place. That was a gauntlet. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because I feel like I see you healing from some kind of trauma, right? The modality by which we heal from trauma is often healing from situations or circumstances that create a feeling of false one-upsmanship, which is, and what is false one-upsmanship? Look what this person did. Look what this person did. Wasn't that nice, right? Like the modality by which someone tries to cut us or hurt us by trying to energetically compare what we give them to what they're energetically receiving from another, right? What is the sound? Like, what is the sound of someone doing that? What is their hand doing in the modality when someone goes, look what they did, right? What are you going to put in my palm? What are you going to put in my palm? You know? And that's what I effectively see you working to heal from. It's the observation. I feel like it's and when once you see that, it's very hard. It's like it changes everything, right? Because it changes the energetic nature by which you recognize and identify, like the source of love or the source of tenderness, right? The modality by which we look at something and the modality by which we give, like our generosity is never built upon receptivity, right? That's not a gift. That's an exchange, right? And so I feel like I see you working fastidiously in terms of healing the energy around you. And I keep on getting that something about you going through that energetic cleanse is helping you to recognize, the modality of energy that prizes you, right? An energy that prizes you offers you something and says, I want you to have this because I feel like you're the best person to hold it, right? Energy that prizes you says, you are the hands that I feel will do the best with this, right? It's the modality by which another person says to you, I trust you with this because I know that you are the best for it because you hold something carefully. Navigating or working through and healing from situations, like healing from a lot of this energy that often makes us feel less than, or working into the context of feeling hard upon the self, because like letting go of that path work by which it feels like nothing we give is enough because another person says it's saying thank you, being like, oh, it's nice you gave me this, look what they gave me, oh, that's nice, but look what they gave me, right? Like it's the energy, like that is the song of gimme, 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 right? Like that is the song of gimme, gimme, gimme. Like it's the energy that constantly is in that perpetual space of comparison that often creates the space of energetically demanding more from us. So I feel like I see you both working to heal profoundly from energy that made you feel like nothing you did was ever enough, while simultaneously while simultaneously resolving and building upon energetic connections by which I feel like this is the year that you find what a true gift is, right? And a true gift, I keep on hearing a true gift is someone that gives you something, not because they want something back from you, but because they feel that giving it to you is going to allow the modality or allow the capacity by which something beautiful can flourish or grow or thrives from it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, the two of wands, and it's upright. You know, I think it's really interesting because I feel like I see you. I feel like I see you. I don't know if you I don't know if you had an awakening recently. Like I feel like I see the fact that you went through like some kind of experience recently that is effectively reshaping I feel like you traveled somewhere. I don't know where you went to. I feel like you traveled somewhere. Like, and you went somewhere and you saw it, like you're like, there's a different way. Like there's a different way. Oh my gosh. Like I feel like sometimes I see modalities like this. Like often when we move away from something that we experience, right? Like this is what we talk about. Distance is incredible because the observation of seeing something, like seeing a different way that another person lives. I don't know. I feel like this is you getting very focused, and it feels community based, you know? Like I feel like I see you getting very, very energetically invested in relationality on what it means to give it back, to give back. And I keep on hearing like, and I keep on hearing like, and it's funny too, because it's not, I keep on hearing it's not itchy palm energy, right? It's not necessarily the modality by which we say like it has to be in the space of a monetary thing. I feel like it's like something about you navigating the healthy give and take in relationality to being able to understand and identify like what it means to operate in a state of I keep on hearing like in a state of recognition in terms of like what we need instead of what we want is what I keep on seeing. Like I almost see these modalities by which another person articulates and says like I see you being like, oh, like if it's a competition, I gotta go. You know what I mean? Like none of this, I keep on hearing none of this competition thing, right? The observation, I keep on hearing competition in the best way possible, which is like I keep on hearing, like, I almost see you saying like, you're only competing with one person and that's the person you were yesterday is what I keep on hearing. Write that down because I feel like there's something important about that too. You're only competing with one person and one person only. And that is the person you were yesterday. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical, and you can book private readings with me on my site. I also point out that reading was so intense that it broke the place where we keep the photos. Like as we were doing the reading, the feed literally locked up on the place where we broke the photos, which is like me, like I feel like that's what I meant. It's a continuation of having those experiences where you arrest a situation before like you're like, I see where this is going and no thank you. You know what I mean? Like it's like the modality by which you're like, nope, nah, no, that's okay. Thank you. Like, and I'm not, no, I'm just, no, I'm not interested. You know, it's like that. Thank you so much, dear, for having that reading with me. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yes. Excellent. Oh, I'm so glad. And I hope you enjoyed that reading, dear. And thank you so much for entrusting me with it. It's like you owe me. I had to heal from that one too. Sending you support, Bridget. And thank you as well, W2. Yes, you're welcome, Laura. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today, Bridget, I think we're still holding your reading. So if Bridget's being held, just let me know if that's still the case, dear. The next person on the list is if Esteban. Esteban, if you're here, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, I've got 2 spots left before the list will be closed. We're also at 45.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're topping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Excellent. And while we wait for Esteban, I think Esteban, you said that I know where you posted it. It's on the disco. Yep, I got you, dear. Okay. And before we continue, let's warm up the intuition points. Good. Hold on a minute. What do you mean points? So, good vibes. I've got you. You have another. I think you have another. You had 2 free readings, right? And I believe we did both of them. Yeah, I thought. Oh, the highest gifter. Oh yeah, the highest gifter that you got today will be available tomorrow, dear. That's the way we do the highest gifter. Yes, I'm sorry about that confusion. Okay. Before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the crow. Thank you. We'll do that. Or even correction. We'll do that. It's interesting I said that. We'll do that again when we get to the next. Once we get to the next reading, and I'm going to pin up Esteban here. Make sure to give Esteban some love. I need a moment to read over this. I believe it's inside T. Just bear with me a moment. Mm-hmm. 4 cards, please. Oh, thank you, dear. I've added you to the list. Can you just send me the note, the initials where you sent the donation, dear? 4 cards, please. Actually, you have an additional card because you were technically the first person on the list today, Esteban. Oh. Hold on. Oh, my goodness. And one more. So I'm seeing someone who's actively regressing. And I feel like the regression point isn't their regression. It feels like somebody who's regressing around them. But this is why we have to be really conscientious when someone's regressing. Because when one person regresses, like everybody, like the inclination to regress never becomes stronger, is what I keep on seeing. Like the inflammation, like the space by which, like, and that's the thing about it. Like I see, and this is what we talk about when, like, someone's regressing. When we chase after them, all that happens is that we regress too. And I feel like I see somebody that has a long energetic history with you. And I need to stress that um, when we have a long energetic history with each other, it creates, I keep on getting, it creates a vernacular. It creates a vernacular that only exists between us and that individual, right? But and this is often this is often what happens in the modality by which we work on energetically maturing, right? The modality by which we understand and mature is the space by which we only bring things to each other that feel helpful and delightful. I keep on getting, I like to point this out, I like to describe it as friendly fires, right? Like like when and this is what's lovely, like this is what's lovely, like as we maturate, right? We give each other the gift of friendly fire, which is the space by which we say, I brought something here to warm, like I brought something here to warm that cold heart of yours. Like the, even in the joking of it, right? The modality, like the modality by which we come to each other, and we have that sense of energetic easement, right? It's often the modality by which we understand that we say to each other, like, the only thing I'll bring to you are things that feel like they're going to energetically enhance the experience, right? The modality by which and sometimes even in those modalities, like we often come into the accountability point being like, thank you for helping me, like during those harder moments. Because when we're younger, right? When we're younger, we have no sense of boundary, right? Like that's the thing with youth. Like the problem with youth, zero, zilch, absolutely no sense of boundary. You know, that's why everybody's always nostalgic. That's why everybody's always nostalgic for the space by which you can recollect the past. Because the stuff that used to happen in the past would never happen. Like, would never happen in the context of the present with the self that builds into the energetic stabilization, like the energetic stable boundaries, right? Now, I feel like what you're having, it's happening right now, is a boundary issue, right? Because I see you being in, and it's important that I said I see you. Okay, hold on to that, because that's being underlined. I see you in the capacity of being another person's rock. You know, you are their stabilization point. They've always seen you as that. But the thing is, rocks have feelings too, right? You're not you're not a rock. You're a person with feelings. You're a person with hopes and dreams. But if this individual, right? If this individual only sees you as the context of being a stabilization point, being a stabilization point is not the space by which we build a healthy relationship, right? It's the observation of being able to articulate. And I keep wondering, as long as you're being proportional about it, right? Like, and I feel like this is something that could kind of help to fortify the relationship, because I see, like, I almost see them as seeing you as someone that they always know that they can turn to come to the energetic rescue. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, that's the beauty. Like, that's the beauty of friendship. Like, the beauty of friendship is often articulated in the modality by which we say, like, when something is, when we are in a state of deep need, right? Often we have those around us that can kind of help us in those moments. But we also recognize that those moments are few and far between, right? Like the capacity of understanding, right? The capacity of understanding an energetic alarm bell, right? Like the space by which you have a, like the space by which you have an alarm bell is the space by which you're energetically careful with it, right? It's the modality by which we, and this is how we sometimes build into the context of having those healthy relationships in our life, right? The modality by which we know that we would do anything for each other, but we also know that we hold that space reverently, right? And so I feel like what's happening right now is a combination of someone who both sees you in that modality, but they're going through a regression point, right? And what can happen, like what happens when someone's going through a regression point, is that they may be in that modality by which they're feeling like they're feeling that sense of energetic anxiety everywhere. And instead of, I keep wondering, instead of doing the work to process like what is energetically stabilizing, right? They're looking to you, right? They're looking to you to energetically like help them through it. And that's okay, right? Like those modalities or those experiences by which we understand and we build into those points of stabilization, I keep on seeing that they're proportional. And the one thing I want to recognize is if you feel like the space by which you identified the fact that you, like you've articulated the fact that you recognize that there's someone that you care about that is struggling. But even in the modality by which they're struggling, it's hard to tell what's going on. The thing about it is our struggle is usually clarified through simple action, right? Like the modality by which one says, this is the difficulty point, and this is how it could be alleviated, right? That observation of being able to understand that a healthy struggle is one that has like a simple, like the modality by which we're able to work through it, making sure that someone isn't perpetually putting themselves in a struggling situation, right? And that's what I meant in terms of navigating a situation by which they might not necessarily be the one regressing, but someone else around them is regressing, and then they're going back to try to help them, and they themselves are then regressing, and then they're reaching towards you to regress. Like it's the modality of being able to understand a situation, right? The difference between understanding a situation that may be fraught, particularly in the realm of the situation that you articulated that potentially may be happening, that they're asking you to help them with, versus understanding a situation that they would be better to effectively separate themselves from, right? Like the modality or the experience by which you're articulating, like I keep on hearing, if it's volatile territory, right? If it's volatile territory and they're already in a point of instability, returning back to the space of the volatility isn't going to make them feel more energetically supported. It's going to make them feel even less so. So I feel like it's hard because I feel like it's almost the space by which it's requiring you to potentially have to have a hard conversation with someone in terms of finding stable footing, right? And the hard part about stable footing is if you're in a trauma environment, you're never going to find any stable footing in a trauma environment, right? The shape of the trauma environment is such that there's never any stable footing there, and it could be making something worse instead of better. So I keep on seeing, notice potentially the conversation that you want to have with this person is saying, I've noticed a pattern, right? Giving them the gift of identifying a pattern, being like, I have noticed a pattern that you might want to be attentive to, which is every time there's something that's going on in relationality to the energy that you're speaking on, I see you coming towards me in a space by which you feel very volatile, very upset. You don't feel like you're making a lot of sense. So the observation of helping someone potentially see something from your perspective, that could be the gift that you bring to them in helping them find their own sense of stability. Because the job, like your job, and this is the gift that we understand, we should not be rocks for each other. We should be our own rocks, right? It's nice to have rocks. We all have them, especially if you got Capricorn placements. You know, Capricorn placements often end up being the rocks in others' existence. But like the modality by which we help each other by working on being our own rocks, right? Because the ability to look at something and not say, you know, you are my rock, but the space of saying like, I am my own rock, but if this rock gets rocked, I know that there's another rock behind me. Like, this is how we support each other, right? We do the work to try to stabilize first without running towards someone to help us find that point of stability. So I feel like the way that you might want to consider navigating this is making, like, helping them potentially see an energetic pattern that may help them in relationality to their own determinations in terms of saying what is healthy for them versus what is something that they seem to pervasively go towards that makes them feel more like less, like you recognizing and saying like, I've noticed a pattern that when you're in proximity to this person or this situation, I see you becoming less and less stable. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Sometimes the solution is distance, especially when it comes to trauma. You know, and this is what I meant, especially if they're in the context by which they're dealing with another person that's regressing. We cannot save each other from regressing. And often in the context that we ourselves regress, we worsen the regression, right? The modality by which we put our foot down is the modality by which we say to someone, like, I care about you, but you need, like, like, I care about you, but like it's the space by which we understand that we don't, what we want to avoid. What we want to avoid is a situation by which we see somebody moving in a direction that's unstable and we feed that instability, right? Like we feed that instability in a way by which we want to help them. But what we really recognize we're doing is we're energetically condoning the direction by which we recognize that they're moving towards more instability, right? So I feel like the conversation that you may need to have with someone is course correction, right? And what is a course correcting conversation? Is that really the right direction for you to be headed? If this is something that seems to happen every time someone comes into proximity with someone, is that the most healthy direction for them to be moving towards? Right? And that's what's difficult. Like sometimes those abilities of understanding that our aspiration for what we expect to find somewhere versus what we actually receive, it's devastating. It's painful. It hurts. But even in the observation that we recognize it hurts is the observation of recognizing what feels like it's healthy for us versus something that we're actively healing from. So make sure, like I keep on hearing, make sure that the way that you're supporting someone in that modality, especially if you recognize something that you feel like feels akin to instability, is having a conversation and saying like, look, I just want to bring to your attention something I'm noticing to see if like to see if that's something, like to see if there might be something there that you might want to take into consideration, right? Give them the gift of your eyes. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Esteban. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got one spot left today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. Good to see you today, Lisa. You're welcome, Esteban. Hi, Brandy. flying out today. Yeah, I apologize, guys. Just a reminder, a true reader will never ask you to message them for a reading, and this is my only account. 17 years. Thank you. Thank you as well, Conchita. Yes, she says that all the time. Yeah, I'm getting sad with this one. It's a sad reading. I see it, right? It's working. I can see it. It's working through a lot of that. It's working through a lot of that frustration. It's working through a lot of that sadness. Yeah, I let myself open up to this friend, but I'm learning and growing. And Lady P, thank you for the follow. Yes, I get that. Grand Rising Ella. Yes, hold on a moment. Yeah, let's hold the animal card for the one card later today. This message was super clear. Yes, absolutely. No, but again, no, that one card, that additional card you got was because you were the first person on the list. You still have a one card coming. Yeah, absolutely. And sending you support. I know it's sending you support on this journey. It's not an easy, I see it's not an easy conversation. But I feel like the amplification by which you can articulate the care that you have is helping them see, like saying to them, like, look, I just want to make you aware of a pattern that I'm recognizing that seems to be occurring to help you like understand what feels like it's good for you versus something that might be working to like energetically avoid, you know? Hi there, Billy. Good to see you today, dear. And thank you, I Want, for the follow. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list today, I've got one spot left today before the list will be closed. We're also at 48.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Okay. And while we wait for Per's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Ooh, we're gonna dream. It's been a minute. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're gonna count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the swan. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. And I'm going to pin up Per here. Guys, make sure to give Per some love. Okay. Ooh. Note aside, over the past few weeks, I've noticed a change in my dream space. I cannot identify the cause precisely, but it feels more tangible. I was on vacation in the Dominican Republic with one of my real life existing group of friends. My ex-partner was in this group. Initially, I accompanied someone by bicycle to a location so that the person could catch a train. During the ride, the person asked whether I had a lot of money. I replied that technically I do not have much money because everything is still invested in stones, which is also true in waking life. On the following day, the group of friends and I decided to travel together to a location and take the train. I stated that I knew how to get there and that it was only a 7-minute bike ride, as I had cycled there the day before. The group chose a different route. I did not have a bicycle and selected someone to ride with by sitting on the back. One female friend repeatedly fell while cycling. I judged this to be unsafe and chose instead to ride with masculine energy. We cycled together and experienced a lot of laughter and fun during the ride. The cycling phase ended, and the group and I ran and jumped onto a moving train that looked like a chain. From there, we entered inside of the train. My ex-partner commented on the train that I previously escaped successfully when being chased. A subsequent dream led me to this fragment he referred to, of me walking and being chased and attacked by two guys. I ran downhill along a slope and then back uphill in order to maneuver unpredictably. This strategy was effective. Both guys fell into the water at the base of the hill and were unalived due to really unusual circumstances. I escaped. After the unalivements of the men, text appeared in the air, partially in red lettering. The text stated approximately, "Not everyone lives the day we do, the way you do, with the intention of thinking ahead. Some people live day to day in order to survive." 4 cards, please. Okay, let's get to it. So the first part of you identifying the fact that you are on vacation in the Dominican Republic, the initials of the Dominican Republic are DR. So this is you doing the work to heal relationship by effectively taking a break from relationship, okay? You're doing the work to heal relationship by taking a break from relationship. And this is where we find you at the beginning of the reading. And that's why we also see the fact that we identified that you said that you were with a group of friends. And you also identified that your ex-partner was in this group, okay? So it's important to identify that everything we see that's happening in this space has to do with you basically taking almost like a cleanse or going through a detox period from relationship in order to get a better perspective of relationship. Now, initially you said you were accompanied by someone on a bicycle to a location so that the person could catch a train, right? So this is the observation. And I like this too, because I like to point out that sometimes when I'm reading, the articulation of bicycles can often be the space by which we understand friendship. Because the thing about a bicycle is it's not the space by which you can do something long term, right? Bicycles are not spaces by which you're trying to get long distances. They're just trying to get you to where you need to be. So it's the understanding that this is often the framing that we see in the nature of friendships, or the way that often the guides like to demarcate a friendship in the space of the dream space, because it's not something that we're committed to. Right? It's like we're not committed to it. It's something that we effectively we feel that sense of easement, right? It's the gift we give each other in helping one another, but without the responsibility of an energetic relationship. So you articulated that you said that at the beginning you were on a bicycle to a location so that a person could catch a train, right? The potential, and this is interesting that you articulated this, because this could actually be indicative, okay? This could be indicative of a relationship that you have the anxiety that if that person were to enter partnership, you might no longer be in relationship with them, right? And you said, and it was really interesting because the modality by which, and I want to point this out, this is often what happens when we're not sure about the clarity of a relationship that we're having with someone, right? We never want to be in an experience by which we feel like we're on a bicycle waiting so that a person could catch a train. Because that could often indicate the space by which you yourself are looking for a train relationship. You're looking for something long term, right? The anxiety that even in the space by which you're starting to heal, and you're starting to heal your connection to relationship, you're having the anxiety of potentially meeting someone that isn't necessarily looking to you as long-term counterpart, but somebody who's looking to have fun between them finding their energetic forever person. And that's why it was so offensive, right? That's why it was so offensive in that ride where you articulated that the person asked whether you had a lot of money. And you replied that you technically do, but not that you don't have everything. You said that, and I want to point this out, the fact that you articulated in the dream space that you had it invested in stones was interesting because that was you saying the money that you're holding is for something that is energetically real, right? It's like it's working through the reality. It's working through the energetic reality of a situation, right? So it's almost interesting that you had that moment by which you were on a bicycle with someone and they seemed really invested in finding out that you have a lot of money, and you said to them, I have a lot of money, but it's in stones. Because what you're basically saying to them is like, I got a lot of money, but not for you. I got a lot of money, but not for you, right? The modality by which another person was so energetically invested, potentially even trying to understand, like you wondering the audacity of someone potentially trying to build a relationship, but refusing to give commitment as to how invested they are in the relationship until they understand how monetarily well off you are, right? Like that is the space by which you said, that was the space by which you like the space by which you said that it was technically in stones, because that's you saying, I got it, but it's not for you, and it never will be, because they're too eager, right? They're too energetically invested for it, potentially feeling like the space by which they were utilizing you as a means to an end. And then you described that on the following day you said that there were a group of friends and you decided to travel together to a location and take the train, right? So this is what it should feel like in relationality to healthy relationship, right? The friendship, like that's the space by which it's okay to have that feeling. You never want the modality of someone who's like entertaining a friendship with you to try to understand if there's a possible love connection, but they're trying to ascertain like how well off you are before they're making their effective move, as it were. But the space by which you identified the friends that you said you're traveling together to a location to catch the train, that's perfectly fine, right? Like you're great. And you stated that you knew how to get there and that it was only a 7-minute bike ride as you had cycled there before. But the group chose a different route. Now, this is interesting because this could potentially be articulating upon experiences that you had by which you feel that you are the energetic source of truth, right? The experience by which you feel like you have navigated, right? And I need to point this out. Why do we know this? Because you just described the ride that you had before, right? When you said the following day, you said your friends wanted to travel to a location and take the train. You said you stated you knew how to get there, and it was only a 7-minute bike ride as you'd cycled there the day before. That was you having the wisdom, right? Having the energetic wisdom from situations or circumstances by which you effectively had to go through the trauma of feeling the weight of someone that seemed like they weren't energetically invested in having a relationship with you until they knew like that you had some kind of energetic like some kind of like the space of wealth. So the modality by which you are potentially having those experiences by which your friends are trying to get somewhere and you're trying to articulate that experience, but they're not in the space by which they identify it and they choose the different route, could be those modalities or experiences by which you try to help somebody by articulating something that actually happened to you, but they're not in the modality by which they themselves want to hear it. And this brings us to the fact that you said that you did not have a bicycle and you had somebody that you chose to sit on the back with. And you said that there was a female friend who repeatedly fell off while cycling. And you said you judged this to be unsafe and chose instead to ride with masculine energy. So the modality by which you talk about the space by which you're trying to ride a bicycle with someone and they keep on falling off could be the modality of having a difficulty point in building a healthy friendship, potentially even building healthy friendship with other feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender but what one feels most aligned to. And the feeling by which you described the fact that you said the anxiety point was not that it wasn't safe, but that you were too heavy, right? That's the pain that you're potentially working to heal from. The hard time that you may sometimes feel that you have in building into healthy relationship with feminine energy in the space by which they don't feel like they can navigate the heaviness by which you're trying to build into the space of having a relationship, right? The energy that sometimes feels like, I keep on hearing those modalities or those relationships by which you sometimes feel another person feels energetically out of their depth, and then we're not able to build a healthy relationship. And you said that you judged that this was unsafe and chose to ride instead with masculine energy. I would not be surprised if you're articulating, if you have an experience by which you have more masculine friends than feminine friends, because what we basically see that's happening in the description of the bicycle is talking a lot towards the space of relationship, or potentially feeling that frustration point and having a hard time building relationship or friendship with feminine energy, but feeling that sense instead of being able to build one in the context of masculine energy. You then said that you cycled together, and this could be the nature by which you sometimes feel like that sense of the intensity or the heaviness, right? Somebody articulating the space by which you feel like the space by which another person feels like they're out of their depth in building a friendship with you. Like that could be the articulation of what it feels like to basically fall off the bicycle. You then said that your ex-partner commented on the train that you had previously escaped successfully when being chased. And you said that, and you said, before I continue, you said the cycling phase ended and the group and you ran and moved to a moving train that looked like a chain. And from there we entered inside the train. Now you said the ex-partner commented on the train that had previously escaped successfully when being chased. Now, that you had previously escaped successfully when being chased. And you said a subsequent dream led you to the fragment that he referred to, of walking and being chased and attacked by two guys. So this could talk about two karmic relationships by which you feel like that was energetically occurring, right? The karmic relationship, and that's why we have to go back to the beginning of the dream. The karmic relationship by which you articulated someone that was potentially not for you, because they energetically cared about you, but for the stability that they felt that you created in their life, right? That is the modality by which a friend is articulating the fact that you were chased twice and you managed to energetically escape. Because you articulated that you said you ran down the hill along the slope and then back uphill in order to maneuver unpredictably, right? And you said that this strategy was effective. But the modality by which you articulated that, and you said both guys fell into the water at the base of the hill and were unalived. This is talking about karmic relationships, right? And often the thing we recognize with karmic relationships has to do with the modality by which we ourselves need assistance, right? I would not be surprised if you've had relationships where everything was hunky-dory, everything was perfectly fine until the moment that you needed to ask for something. Until the moment that you were in a state by which you were going through a point of crisis, until the moment by which you needed energetic support, and the moment by which you articulated that the individuals fell at the water at the base of the hill is the articulation of someone that could not support you the way that you supported them, right? The modality of experience of going up, like working into the space, right? And it's a Jack and Jill story, right? Did you notice that? The space by which the final part of your dream, you said you ran downhill onto a slope and fell back uphill in order to maneuver, right? The modality by which you went up the hill, right, trying to emotionally stabilize, but in the moment by which you needed energetic support, they fell away, right? The space by which you were effectively able to do everything in your power to energetically support something, but only in the moment by which you yourself needed the same level of support. Where did the relationship go, right? A healthy relationship is an even give and flow, right? It doesn't have to be equitable in the space of the same thing, but the emotionality or the emotional support that withered in the modality by which you yourself needed energetic support. This is the articulation of those that are around you seeing something in terms of other energy letting you down because they were not in the space by which they were holding you effectively, right? They didn't care about you. They only cared about the support that you were providing them. And then in the modality that you needed support, they vanished. Where did they go? And that was the unalivement point. So those are the two karmic relationships that they may have seen that you navigated that were very similar in that context. You then said that after that occurred, text appeared in the air, partially in red lettering, and the text stated approximately, and this is a message from the guides. Not everyone lives the day the way that you do. This is really important, the way that this is stated. Not everyone lives the day the way you do, with the intention of thinking ahead. Some people live day to day in order to survive. Now, this is the modality by which this is your portion of energetic healing, because it is the modality by which, and this is what is important about this, guides don't tell us what we need to think. Guides show us things to help us understand differently the perception of something that we experienced. So the modality by which the guides waited until the end of the dream to bring you to that statement, does the context, and this is a question for you, like this is the point where, again, my job to interpret is it stops in the space by which you experience it. Whether that narrative is true or not rests on what you take from that statement. The modality by which not everyone lives the day the way that you do, which is the modality by which you potentially articulate that you plan for the future with the intention of thinking ahead, right? That is the quality that the guides say that you have. Some people live day to day in order to survive. Is everything that we articulated in the dream that we described hold true for you with that statement or with the past that you experienced? Or does that statement fundamentally change your perspective on what was occurring in those past experiences? Because there's something I have to articulate that's happening in the context of this dream, which has to do, right? Which has to do with intention. Potentially you working through experiences in the past by which you're struggling to understand, is that what happened? Right? Is that what happened? Was somebody trying to think long term in relationality to the stability that they had with you? Or were they just making experiences operating in the moment, right? Was it obtuse or was it intentional? That is the shape of the trauma that you're working to heal from. And the hard part about it is we never know, right? Like that's the hard part. We never know for certain. But being able to kind of work through that, like that is helping you effectively navigate as you continue forward from those experiences. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, particularly with the Knight of Swords in its upright, the hard part about this dream is it's helping you heal from the anxiety of others' intentions, right? The hard part about it is, like, again, we can never truly know the shape of another's heart, right? The observation in relationality to when we are well-intentioned, right? When we are energetically well-intentioned, we say what we mean and we mean what we say, and we don't say things to get our way. But the space by which you potentially, and I think it's important, and it's interesting that you articulated that this happened twice, right? Because, and I want to point this out, the space by which it happened twice is often the articulation of the fact that the first time that something energetically happens, we give something the benefit of the doubt, right? And it's a modality by which we recognize that there's always the shape by which another person can do something better. So those modalities or experiences by which you're energetically working towards or working through something, but not just working towards and working through something, the observation of being able to put that force of intention. I keep on hearing, this is you being able to take something from those experiences that allows you to be able to find something positive going forward, right? Not becoming bitter, but becoming better. Allowing those experiences to energetically inform you, to be able to tell that, and I feel like there's something about those modalities, there's something about those, I keep on hearing obtuse or intentional, right? Obtuse or intentional. Did someone energetically realize what they were doing? Were they just operating in the moment? Or was there something more like, was there something more energetically nefarious going on? The ability to effectively articulate that is effectively, I keep on seeing the modality by which I keep on seeing like the modality by which one recognizes that that intention is not one that's energetically conducive on another person. Like I keep on hearing on another person, like working into the context of their own experience towards you. And I keep on seeing, like, even in the fact that the guides gave you that statement, it's helping you to heal because it's almost saying to you, not everybody's like that, right? Like not everybody, like not everybody works into something like in the space by which they're energetically scheming, right? There are those who are like, there are those who are pure of heart, right? There are those who do not look towards others as a means to an end. There are those who just work into the space of what feels energetically sustainable. So I feel like the final message is effectively a gift to help you heal, but also to help you work with your discernment in relationality to not having to go through experiences that made you feel like that in the past. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one spot available before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Yep. We don't need the cards with the text they gave you. It was helpful. I mean, I need to point this out too. It's really important because you can't read in dreams. So the fact that you articulated that there was a message coming through in the dream space that you could read articulates the fact that that was a message that was directly coming through from your guides. Yes, absolutely, Ruby. I've added you to the list, and the list is now closed. And let me just mark you off. All right. Yes. Very true. 2-year break of relationships. I'm doing well, Mama. How you doing? Not for you. Exactly. Not for you, buddy. Not for you. Yeah. Thank you. This is really on point, Sin. Others choosing their own route, not willing to listen. Right? It's like, nah. Yes, but that's also why the guides are saying not everybody's like that. You know, I got along with masculine energy better, yes, but I'm managing the feminine, but I'm managing the feminine for a while as well. But I mean, I feel like it often, like, and I want to point out, like, this could potentially talk towards the nature of friendship or having a hard time in that capacity. Yep. Me too. 20 years was challenging. Sin, the interpretation's on point. Thank you. Reciprocity in emotional space in relationships was often an issue. Good question. The sentence is quite accurate with my experience, not intentional though. And Farmer, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Kat. And thank you for the follow, dear. Hi there, Bill. Always giving benefit of the doubt for others. Beautiful. Oh, that's a gift though, right? Like not letting it shape your own sense of the experience of moving forward. And Shammer, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, PT. I'm not sure what that means, anti. It's a very specific symbol. I mean, did you see it in the dream space? I could do a dream reading on it. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Samantha. Samantha, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. And before we continue, right? Oh, wait, Sam, we got to do the we have to do the 50K giveaway. Okay? All right, so hold on a moment. All right, so I see you, Sammy. 1 second. So before we continue, let's do that 50K giveaway. I am thinking of a number right now between So before we continue to Sam, just in relationality to, I cannot give legal advice. I cannot give legal advice. I do energetic reads in relationality to circumstances or situations. So if you want to reframe your question, I'm happy to read for you, but please be conscientious of that. All right. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 51. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Congratulations, Ivana. You got it. Is that 2 days in a row? On a roll. All right. Good job, dear. All right. We'll do that again when we get to 100K. And Bill, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. You're welcome, dear. Congratulations. So, Sammy, if you would like to potentially rephrase your question, I'm happy to read for you. Okay. Got it. Okay. Got you, dear. All right. Let's get to it. All right. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here, and when we get to, yes. When we get to, I'm going to read the list right now. So for those who are interested in one card readings, the list right now is Samantha, good vibes, Jennifer, Lisa, and Ruby. And then we're going to get started on one card readings for subscribers. Yep, Jennifer, I've got you, dear. All right. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Now the list is closed today, but if you'd like a one card reading, becoming a super fan will make you eligible for a one card. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the frog. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up. Okay. Sending you support on that journey, Sammy. And guys, make sure to give Sammy some love. All right, can I get 4 cards, please? 4 cards, 3 cards, highest priority messages, please. Oh, you got it. Excellent. That dang frog. All right, 3 cards, please. And 1 more. Oh, we got another card here. Oh. I feel like I see somebody trying to come towards you to try to resolve something. You know, like this. I have to point out the Emperor, like the Emperor card was hiding, like it was hiding behind, like the Emperor card was like hiding behind the 6 of Wands in its reversal. And so, like, I feel like there's something that you're doing right now that's facilitating a conversation is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I definitely feel like I see something where another person is taking something very seriously. And I keep on getting, you know, especially with this, especially with this Two of Pentacles in its upright. Um, I almost feel like it's somebody having a conversation with you to try to ask them for you to help them make it right, is what I keep on getting. You know? I'm not saying, like, bearing in mind, I'm not saying that that's something that you would be, that is not, I'm not saying that that's something that you would be, like, available for, is what I think I see. Like, it feels to me like I don't like that. That's the question that I kind of see, because, like, um, I feel like it's like, I almost like, I just keep on seeing, I feel like I keep on seeing someone that's like, it's almost like it's saying to me, like, someone trying to talk to you in terms of like asking you not to energetically escalate something, right? And so I feel like like, one of the things I think would be productive and helpful in those modalities is making sure, like, I feel like the thing that would help you right now is making sure that you have you have your manifestation goals in check, in relationality to, like, what that energetic importance point is what I keep on seeing. Because, I feel like that is like, I feel like that's the hard part about it, you know? Like, it almost feels like somebody, it feels like somebody, um, like, trying to have, like, an energetic conversation in relationality to, like, I keep wondering the difference between de-escalation versus change, is what I keep on getting, right? The modality by which you articulate. And I feel like it's almost you saying to somebody, like, more of the same, is what I keep on hearing. Because I don't know why I keep on hearing, like, more of the same, because it almost feels like something that you've already kind of gone through with someone. You know what I mean? Like, it says, like, and I want to point this out, like, and I feel like this is the conversation that I see that, like, that's a conversation that I energetically almost see you having with another person, which is like, if you want to, like, if you actually want to change something, it shouldn't take I keep wondering, it shouldn't take a conflagration to affect change, right? It shouldn't require the space by which everything, like, it shouldn't require the space by which alarm bells need to go off in order for someone to pay attention to something. And I feel like that is the frustration point, right? Like, I almost see a situation by which the thing that another person could have done at the time that would have made something okay, it's like only now they're bringing it to you. It's like only now they're energetically bringing it to you, is what I keep on getting. Like, the modality by which another person, like, and I keep on hearing, like, it's like, I feel like that is the frustration point, because I almost see you, like hardening a fist to a certain extent in the frustration, in terms of someone, like, being like, we're addressing it, and being like, it's not about, like, it's not about addressing it now. It shouldn't reach this point in order for you to finally say that you're addressing it. It shouldn't have had it. I feel like you're almost saying, like, it shouldn't have required all of this to get to the point of addressing, is what I keep on seeing. So, I want you to make sure that you're not getting frustrated. I know how hard that is. I can see the fact that, like, I can already see the fact that it's like it's working through that energetic frustration point. But the interesting thing I got to stress here, I don't know what this is, but I actually like this Two of Pentacles that I'm seeing here. Like, I feel like there's something happened. Like, I don't know why I keep on getting this. It feels like there's some kind of new opportunity on the other side of all of this that, um, is going to feel energetically beneficial. Like, I don't know what this is, but I keep on seeing, like, I don't know if this is a conversation that you have with someone. or the space by which you're working to energetically enact change. I don't know why I keep on hearing somebody that you meet in the midst of all of this is going to be like the entry point to some kind of new energetic opportunity, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, the Judgment card. Like, the hard part about this is I keep on, like, it almost feels to me like I almost see some kind of energy that's trying to articulate. I keep wondering, like, the type of energy that tries to articulate upon the fact that you're being hasty, but you almost saying to another person, like, there's no hastiness in this. It's a space by which another person, like, it shouldn't have come to this, is what I keep on seeing. Like, that's the hard part about it, is like it feels like it almost feels like the frustration in someone finally like finally taking something seriously, like the space by which finally someone has to take something seriously only when it's had to go too far, you know, like the modality by which another person is finally in the space by which they energetically articulate upon that. Like, that's what I keep on seeing is really difficult, because I almost see you kind of coming into the space of like allowing it, um like I see, I feel like I see you having like having a lot of like it feels like the energy that like drags on, right? Like, it almost feels like something that continues to drag on because another person hopes that like something will change. So I feel like that's what I meant upon making sure that you're very clear in terms of your manifestation goals. um because, and I need to stress this, if this is related to an individual, you know, like the thing about it, like, that's what I mean in terms of this energetically being related to an individual. Like, I almost feel like somebody's trying to come into that capacity of being like, oh, well, that was, like that was so long ago. Things have changed. You know what I mean? Like, don't let somebody get into that modality by which they articulate that like so much has changed between now and then, right? I feel like it's almost like the amplification or articulation that you have to say to somebody in relationality to say, like, I'm glad that things have changed for you, but for you, like, I feel like the change should not have had consequences. Like, I keep wondering, like, the change should not have had consequences to your own individual person, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like it's hard because I feel like it is this, like, I feel like it's an energetic situation that's requiring you to have to be steadfast. And I keep on seeing like a lot of that sense of steadfastness, like, make sure that you're being clear. Like, make sure that you're being clear in terms of like what you are and are not available for, in terms of like I keep on hearing like a conversation in terms of um it's interesting. Like, I feel like there's something about you saying, like, okay, if I was like, I see you almost saying to somebody like, okay, but if this hadn't happened, this is where I would be. You know what I mean? Like, it's that type of energy. Like, you almost having to remind someone about, like, where, I don't know why, if there was something you were doing that was very energetically specific, like almost being able to pinpoint exactly like where you would be locationally if you didn't have to navigate or experience something. I feel like there's something important about keeping some kind of like progress chart in that way. So just be conscientious about that, because I feel like that's the nature of the conversation that feels like it's going to be helpful. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation. Oh, the list is closed, but you can get on for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Pinks and my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. And my precious, how are you doing today, Rainbow? Hi there, Ellie. I feel like that's going to be avoidable. I feel like I see somebody trying to avoid that as well. Oh, sending you so much support, dear. Okay. Yeah, you see, Bill, I'm going to ask you. I feel like you're posting a lot of non sequiturs. Just make sure that you're commenting in a way that's sensible for those trying to read it. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Jennifer. Apologies, good vibes. Good vibes, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder to anyone joining us, we've got 4 more readings today before we'll be moving to 1-card readings for subscribers. So if you're sticking around for 1 card, just hang tight. And also, if you want to become a super fan, that will make you eligible for a 1 card. All right, you're posting in the disco outside. Yes, Ruby, I've got you on the list here. No, it's okay. You have nothing to apologize for. You got the last spot on the list today. Okay. So good vibes. If you are, I'm going to read, okay, the list, I'm going to read the list for those who are waiting. We've got good vibes, Jennifer, Lisa, and Ruby. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bridget, look at you. Look at you going with the swan. Well done. Okay. All right. Nana, the list is closed today, but I will be doing 1-card readings for subscribers if you want to become a super fan. All right. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Claire, the list is closed right now, dear, but you'll be the first person that we read for tomorrow. And you'll also have an additional card in your reading. Excellent. Okay, we've got outside tea right now. Outside tea. And I'm going to pin up good vibes. Guys, make sure to give good vibes some love. I'm feeling a strong emotional and energetic pull today connected to my ex and a wedding I was supposed to attend today. I want to understand what this energy represents, whether my presence was felt or missed on an energetic level, and what this moment is here to show me or complete for me. I got you, dear. 4 cards. I mean, I feel like in a way, like I know that this is going to be like I feel like you have to be. I know that there's a lot of emotionality that's coming up around something, but I'm seeing this from the perspective of the guides, and I feel like this is you closing out an energetic cycle. You know, I don't know if there was the observation that this individual was supposed to be there, or some kind of lingering feeling of their presence there, but you know, there's something I feel like there's something really important there's something really important to be said in the modality by which we say I've moved past that, and even in the modality by which, and I feel like the space by which you have to understand that when we say we've moved past that, moving past things does not require us to white knuckle, right? Moving past things does not require us to knuckle through things, right? The modality by which you make the determination and say, I don't think that that would be a place by which I would be able to feel like supported, right? The modality by which, like the space by which, like I see, like I see some kind of situation by which you made some kind of decision related to the amount of friction that you're ready or you're willing or you're comfortable with energetically abiding. You know, I feel like there's something important about that in terms of you making choices, but I keep on hearing making choices that feel um, energetically supportive to the self, you know? And I want to point this out. Like, you know, I want to describe this. There are some, the way I want to describe it is this. There are some situations, right? And this is what I keep on seeing from the guides, because I'll show you these cards, because the guides are being very clear about this. There are some situations by which the only way we can energetically repair something is to navigate through some uncomfortability, right? There are some modalities by which we navigate what is repairable by understanding the amount of discomfort that we are able to energetically persevere in order to move into the other side, right? An uncomfortable, and this is how you can tell, an uncomfortable situation is the ability to say, like, the ability to navigate the discomfort and say, like, the discomfort is worth it for the possibility of what could be beneficial or better on the other side of it. But this is what I keep on seeing around this situation. There would have been there's nothing beneficial, right? I keep on hearing, there's nothing energetically beneficial in putting yourself through something in terms of feeling the sense of being able to energetically like accomplish it, or the ability of feeling the sense of having to, and like some, like it's like some things, and this is what we talk about. This is why we recognize that like some comfort, like it's not a failure point in identifying something uncomfortable that doesn't have anything beyond the fact that we endured it. Like I keep on hearing, it's like it's not like there's some kind of energetic space by which like going through something there would have been beneficial. And I can even see like the space by which I feel like it's the space by which you navigated through something and just made the articulation point of facilitating or recognizing or working through others' energetic discomfort. I feel like um, I almost see the space by which the compassion that you gave yourself in that moment was an amplification or an extension on the compassion. Like I keep on hearing like the compassion that you gave yourself in that moment, but further the compassion that you gave to like the situation as well is what I keep on seeing. Because um I feel like, you know, I keep on seeing like there's something about that heart space, right? Like I feel like it was a choice that you made from your heart, which is the observation of working through something, but understanding that pain point that allowed you to be able to like come through it into a point of healing. I feel like it's interesting because I actually see like I can almost see others like working into the context of like I feel like I almost see energy reaching out to you on the other side of this is what I keep on hearing. Like I almost keep on hearing a bunch of energy being like, hey, I was hoping I was hoping to see you. I was sorry that you weren't. Like let's connect, right? Because I feel like there's something really I feel like there's something really important there. And what's interesting about it is like the importance that I'm identifying and seeing there. Um, I feel like I feel like I see a lot of interesting, like, I don't know the nature or the circumstances of this separation. Um, but I just keep on seeing a lot of energy, having a lot of empathy towards you in relationality to the circumstances is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like I feel like I keep like I think that that's what I keep on seeing that is interesting about that. And like I feel like there's and I want to point out the reason I'm seeing the fact that there's some kind of I feel like the space by which I articulated that this was a moment of closure. Like I keep wondering, like, this is what closure actually looks like, right? Because I keep on seeing it's not even, I keep on hearing it's not even the fact that you articulated upon closure. I feel like the closure is the space by which you avoided. I keep wondering, I feel like you avoided the possibility of, I keep on hearing, a messy reconnection is what I keep on getting, right? Like the modality, I keep wondering, like the modality or the experience, like I keep on hearing you almost say to somebody, not like this, not here. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I keep on seeing something there by which, like, I don't know if you know this person enough or you feel like, I just keep on getting the sense of somebody who would not would not have been able to resist, like trying to make an energetic connection with you at that moment. And I keep on seeing that, like, something in relationality to that, like that's what I mean in terms of like this is what real closure looks like, because I see you almost like building into that context of being like, no, like I'm not, like it says to me, like it's not, like no, like I keep wondering, like no, I keep on getting like no drama, you know what I mean, like drama free zone, like you almost saying like I'm not in it for the drama. I don't know if this is someone who has a tendency of something dramatic, but like the space by which you kind of, like, I feel like it's almost like you anticipating or feeling the sense of another person potentially bringing some kind of drama to a situation and you being like you know what I mean? Like I see, like that's what I almost see here, like someone being like, mm-mm. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like Queen of Cups in its reversal, you know? Like I feel like, it almost says to me, um, it almost says to me like the modality or the experience, like the modality or the experience by which we understand, and this is what I mean in terms of like you making a compassionate choice, because I just keep on seeing, um I don't know if this is someone who left something like deeply unresolved with you. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if this is a situation where someone, like, clearly, like I said, like I feel like there's like a hanging conversation between you and them. And that's what I mean in terms of like you making, like, this is what real closure means. Because I can almost see you being like the space by which you say, like, I'm not leaving you the opportunity to try to pick that back up here. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like it was like you doing the work to keep your, like that was you doing the work to keep, like, their messy ending, like their messy ending out of another person's business is what I keep on seeing, right? Like that's the thing about it. Like I almost see you, I feel like you're even there, you're doing something that you're being energetically caring about someone, because you're saying like, I'm not letting your messy ending ruin their energetic experience, which is the observation of you effectively working through something and making that determination point of knowing, like I feel like you know this person enough that, like I feel like it's something about like working through that in terms of making the choice that feels like it's beneficial to yourself, that helps you understand and recognize like what feels energetically supportive on the other side of it is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like it's almost like a lot of energy around a situation holding you, like with that determination or with that point of energetic empathy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on tomorrow and you'll be the second person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yep. Oh, that's wild. Good job, Bridget. Yeah, there we go. You were invited with them to invite him to the wedding. It would have been the first time meeting their friends. Yes. I gave so much compassion and gratitude for it all. It felt like an awakening from the pain. Leanne, this was a personal reading for an individual. It was basically due to him not feeling good enough, due to him not feeling financially stable. Yeah, tried they tried to ghost you, which I gave him silence, and then when they returned, we had an emotional exchange that was very honest and compassionate from both sides, but with respect. You're welcome, dear. I mean, the thing about it, the thing I keep on seeing, it's interesting too because like I feel like I don't know why like there's like a lot of this like I feel like even though you weren't there, there was a lot of conversation about you. Is what I keep on seeing. And the thing about it, like I have to stress, like it almost feels like energy. Like it feel like when I say that there's a lot of compassion, like I almost like I feel like somebody like I don't know why, but I almost feel like I see somebody like going through some kind of argument in relationality to you. Like that's what's so like that's what's so wild about it. Like it almost feel like I don't know what's happening here, but I almost see somebody like with these cards, like I just need to stress this. Like these cards are giving me the identification of like somebody being dragged, you know? Like this is some heavy stuff here. I feel like it's almost like I don't know what happened there, but it feels like it almost like feels like somebody giving someone what for about something. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Jennifer. Jennifer, if you're here, can you comment in all, let me know in all caps and tell me if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, the list is closed, but you can get on tomorrow and you'll be the second person read for. And we're also at 54K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 100K in no time. Oh, that's wild good. Very interesting. All right, I got you, Jennifer. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Raven. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Jennifer here. Guys, make sure to give Jennifer some love. Hold on a minute. You're okay. It'll come back, Bridget. All right, life path, please. 2026. One more. Wow, I feel like this is you getting really serious about something. You know? Or a very, very serious relationship coming towards you. Um, there's something I'm identifying. There's something I'm identifying in relationality to. I don't know why I feel like there's someone around you that's had some kind of like rude awakening, you know? Like I feel like there's some kind of energy here. Um, and it's interesting too because it does feel to me like there is, and I want to describe this. Um, Something in relationality to working into the context of like what we heal. I mean, I feel like I got two different things that are, it's interesting. I got to work through everything I'm seeing that's happening for you here. Um, there are those that articulate the desire for a manifestation goal. And then there are those that can't take the manifestation that they actually articulate that they desire. And I feel like I don't know why I'm getting some kind of energy around you that feels like too hot to handle, right? And I got to describe this. You are not too hot to handle. Like, and it's hard, it's really interesting that those are the words that are coming through. You are not too hot to handle to somebody who like shares that. And I feel like you've recognized this, like to somebody who shares your passion, right? You are not too hot to handle to someone who shares your fire, is what's coming through from your guides. And I feel like you've recognized that. And the hard part about this is I feel like there's some kind of energy that, like, I see some kind of situation, and I want you to understand this, right? Like, the modality by which another person, like, navigates the difference between their own insecurity versus, like, how, working through their unresolved issues in relationality to you and them, that's on them. It's not on you, is what I keep on hearing, right? But you'd be surprised, right? Because I feel like I feel like there's some kind of energy around you. Where somebody was like, I don't know what this nonsense is that I'm seeing, but like no, like not being like the type of energy where anytime there's a good thing, like somebody, like they have to find something to like worry about or something, like making it like, I keep on hearing like the space by which another person, like it's like make it make sense. Don't articulate upon a manifestation goal and then lose your mind every time you get closer towards it, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on hearing that the beautiful thing is I see you moving towards healthy connection. And I see you moving towards that in a space with someone. I keep wondering, like someone that holds you, like with that sense of energetic protectiveness, like with that sense of like like deep care. Like don't let somebody interfere by articulating upon the fact. Like I keep on getting like, don't let somebody interfere by trying to get all sentimental on something that you've been actively healing from, right? Like don't let whatever this like don't let whatever this energy is that I see in the past, working through working through their own energetic insecurity. Because I keep on hearing this um like it's funny too because you're not the first person that this is coming through on in this today, which is gifts are not gauntlets, right? Like don't let someone from the past insist. Nobody owes anybody closure on anything. And often when somebody articulates the fact that they want closure from us, They're really looking for an opening. Okay? Be very conscientious about that. Because I see, like, I literally see you moving towards a manifestation goal. But in the same breath that you're moving towards a manifestation goal, like somebody trying to come towards you being like, I really want to talk to you. Right? Like I hear somebody being like, I heard the news, I really want to talk to you. Right? Like I keep on here, like none of that is what I keep. You don't owe closure. You don't owe closure to anyone. And this is why you don't owe closure to anyone, because those closure is not found in conversation. There has never been a closure conversation in all of human experience. Closure is not found through conversation. Closure is an opening. So make sure that somebody isn't insisting that you owe it to them. Make sure that somebody isn't insisting that something, that something that you're working through is coming into that space. Because I keep on hearing like continue to build consistently, continue to build patiently, right? Allow for those modalities or experiences right now where you're building, like you're taking time for yourself. But I keep on hearing not just taking time for yourself, but energetically focusing on what you need to focus, because I feel like this is the year, like this is the year for you where things are energetically, like things are energetically coming together, right? And so the modality by which you're working on having things come together, like don't let somebody's rough feelings about the fact that you're moving towards something coming together for you move you further away from that, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, particularly and especially with this, Seven of Cups in its reversal. You know, the Seven of Cups in its reversal. Like I will never understand for the life of me. Like, and I need to point this out, and it has to do with the realm by which another person owes us an apology. When we see somebody moving towards like their energetic goal, like when we see somebody moving towards their manifestation goal, often, like I keep on hearing, healthy energy will refrain on the apology, right? It's often the space, if someone is created, like the space by which we recognize or identify the energetic drama. Like we do not bring our drama to each other, especially when we recognize that we've caused a lot of drama for one another, right? The modality by which we protect each other's peace talks about how much we care about each other. So that's what I mean in relationality to someone, like, and I keep on hearing, especially in the realm of apology, even in the realm of apology, even in the space by which another person says, I would really like the opportunity to apologize to you, apology received. I like to point this out. Be very conscientious when someone says, I would really like the opportunity to apologize to you. Apology received. Okay? Like you don't need, here's the thing about it, the irony, right? Pay attention. Pay attention to someone says, I would like the opportunity to apologize to you instead of just apologizing, right? Because even there, it's the observation of someone adding a complication, right? An apology does not require a conversation. An apology does not require a grand gesture, right? An apology is something that we give and we don't expect anything back from, right? It's something that we sent, like it's something that we give, and it doesn't require the give and take of saying the opportunity, like I keep hearing, the opportunity to apologize is the space by which another person says, I crave energetic connection to you, and I'm using the apology as a segue to try to build into that energetic connection. So I keep wondering, be very conscientious in relationality to that, because I keep on seeing, especially if someone has caused a lot of energetic drama in your life in the past, like that modality or that experience by which you can kind of, like I said, like allow things to be the way that they are, and saying to somebody like, we're good, like, okay, apology received loud and clear, because I keep on seeing like I don't know why I see you moving into healthy partnership, but in the same breath that I see you moving into healthy partnership, I see all of this like this drama coming out of the woodwork, right? Like in the modality of doing so. And I feel like that's the modality by which I see you kind of like working through and being like, we're fine, we're good, loud and clear, message received. No, we don't need to continue that conversation. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, again, and I had to give you a double bottom of the deck on this, and that's what I mean, 10 of Pentacles, right? Like, what do you, like, I've got, like, how dare you, I keep wondering, remember, somebody being like, how dare you not receive this apology? That's somebody deep in their ego, right? Somebody being like, how dare you not receive this apology is the energy that says that it wasn't a true apology, right? Apologies are not demanded, they're extended. I want you to write that down. I feel like there's something important about that. Apologies are not demanded, they are extended. We don't demand the opportunity to give someone an apology. We extend one and we leave it at that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, the list is closed today, but you can get on for tomorrow and you'll be the second person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. My animal brain's off today. How are you doing? Billy, we're going to be doing one cards. We've got 2 more readings and then we'll be starting one cards. We're also at 56K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. We've got 2 more. Oh, that's incredible. Congratulations, dear. Yes, I can absolutely move you to last year. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no problem. I'm definitely too hot to handle. Sending you support, Bridget. Yes, I hope you're feeling better, dear. I feel like I don't think you're being stopped from your goals, but I feel like I see a lot of energy that's potentially like, I keep on hearing like energy that's working through disappointment. And I keep on hearing when we are moving towards our energetic goals and we see energy feeling vexed instead of celebrating, like I keep on hearing like let it inform, but don't let it overwhelm, right? I feel like this is a maturing year for you. So I feel like I do see a lot of the energy around you changing, but I keep on hearing healthy energy will celebrate your victories, right? It's not, if you're moving towards something and another person's acting ridiculous in the context of you building towards something healthy, let it inform you. Don't let it affect you. And Adrian, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you share the live. Thank you as well, Jennifer. And thank you, IZ, for the follow. Brandy, what do you need? The 1 card readings are 1 cards for, so anyone who's a super fan always gets a free reading each day that I'm live, and that's what the 1 card reading is. I hope that helps, and thank you for sharing the live. You're so welcome, Jennifer. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Lisa. Lisa, oh, I'm sorry, Lisa, we're waiting. Ruby, you're next. Ruby, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for Ruby's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bridget, what is up? Well done. Well done. All right, let's continue right now. The next person, Ruby, have you posted your question? Yep. Oh, sweetheart, I hope you feel better. Make sure that you're hydrating, okay? And thank you, Jennifer, for becoming a super fan. For anyone who's become a super fan today, I would encourage you to message me a disco GIF, you can hit that orange icon at the bottom of the screen to message me directly from this live. I will send you an invite to our subscriber only disco channel. Also, you'll find in the perks section there a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program on Stack. If you are interested in learning more about the trip that we have planned for August, message me the word trip. And if you are interested, if you are not a super fan and would like a smaller coupon code to register for those classes, you can message me the word class. Excellent. All right, second call for Ruby. Second call for Ruby. If Ruby is not here, if Ruby's not here and Lisa is not available, we will get started on one cards. If second call right now for Ruby or Lisa. If not, we're going to move directly to one cards. All right. So if you are a subscriber, if you are a super fan who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a super fan, just hit that super fan subscription at the bottom of the screen, and you'll be eligible for a one card. Ella, highest good around Elle's energy towards me. I feel like they trust your judgment, but I also feel like you tried to set them straight in some way. You know? You've given them a lot to think about. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, Knight of Cups, you know? Particularly, I don't know if this is a situation by which you try to give them some empathy and relationality to how another person might feel about something. You know? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the earth dragon. You know? I feel like the earth dragon, like the earth dragon speaks to us about, like the earth dragon speaks to us about like I feel like it's like somebody, like it almost, I don't know if it's like you tried to help somebody say, like, have you considered how something feels for them? You know, like the gift that we have of empathy is recognizing and identifying like what feels energetically supportive or what feels energetically stabilizing. Like I feel like I see something there that's an amplification of like I feel like the gift that you're giving them is trying to maintain a healthy perspective in terms of like, I keep on hearing like helping another person see like how much someone has grown or how much someone has matured, you know? Yep, Bridget, hold on a minute. Okay, please hold on your one cards if you haven't asked them already. We have the personals back here. I am going to continue right now. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Bridget, one card on counterpart, please. I feel like I see somebody who's making plans to travel. You know, like I feel like they're taking a much needed break right now. Yeah, it's giving me like somebody who's like doesn't know how to go on vacation. You know, like I see somebody who has some kind of like I see somebody who has some kind of like free time and being like, I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with myself. Yeah, they're busybodies, right? Like I feel like this is someone who's very much in the inclination of having a routine. And now it's like I feel like I see them like trying to figure out like what those next steps are. Riri, thank you for the follow. Fig, one card, highest priority, please. I feel like this is, I keep on hearing, not my problem. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why do I keep on hearing not my problem? Like it's like don't like it's like I don't know why. I feel like you're seeing energy like when we're trying to do big things, it's like immediately we're able to recognize what feels like it's energetically petty is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, like Knight of Cups, like it's saying don't get when somebody's being when somebody's being energetically don't match someone's pettiness is what I keep on getting. Like when someone's trying to be petty with you, focus on your purpose. I keep on hearing petty energy lacks purpose. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, it's more of that. Petty. It just keeps on saying petty energy lacks purpose, which is it must be it must be nice to have all that like time to be energetically petty about things, right? Like when we're working, there's no room for pettiness when we're working towards purpose. So don't let if you're seeing that from another person, don't let it affect you. Let it inform you. You know? Good vibes, conflict, and dealing with that conflict, please. They need to learn how to control their tongue, is what I keep on hearing. You know? It's not enough to say something and then apologize constantly, right? Like it's like I keep on hearing, we all have those, moments, right? I keep on hearing we all have those moments that we get energetically frustrated. But I need to point out, like true hyperbole, right? True hyperbole is the moment that we say something and we pull it back just as quickly, right? Like the modality by which we recognize and say, like that was uncalled for, right? Like we recognize or identify it. Yeah, especially with the death card in its upright, working through those modalities or experiences by which we recognize and identify, like working through those modalities and experiences by which our sense, right? Like our sense of being respectable to each other is the space by which we articulate when something we've given each other is not acceptable, right? Like this is why accountability is important. Like the modality by which we articulate and say, you did not energetically deserve that. I need to do the work, right? I feel like I see somebody who's like lost relationships because like they get like it's the observation that they know, right? Like they know that they should have they went too far. But like the rumination, like this is why accountability is important, because it's the difference between having someone like work through the space of energetically tolerating another's explosiveness versus another person saying, I recognize that that is something that I need to work upon, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, this is why we don't sweep things under the rug. We don't sweep things under the rug because, and I like to point this out. You'll ever notice like explosive energy often explodes around somebody that they're energetically terrified of having a conversation with, right? Be attentive if you're hearing things from others and saying like, let them talk to me, right? If there's an issue, why don't they come towards you, right? Because it's working through the space of understanding what is energetically healthy. Something that we know, right? Something that we know is healthy can bridge a healthy conversation with a person, right? The modality by which we understand and articulate upon what is healthy, our lips are blessed because we fortify how we feel by speaking to each other directly upon how we feel it. So if you're doing that work, make sure they're doing it as well. Claire, one card on their energy towards you. I feel like they have confusion as to what it is how you feel about them. you know? Like, I feel like I see somebody who's not sure what they mean to you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Tower. Bottom of the, like, was there an argument between you both about direction? Animal spirit guide? Yeah, especially with the salmon. Um, I feel like it's like I feel like there's somebody there that works really hard not to assume things. You know, like I feel like it's like make sure that you're communicating, make sure that you're being honest about how you feel. Because I see somebody who, um, like I see somebody who doesn't want to make something uncomfortable by presuming. Is what I keep on hearing. Avatar, one card, angelic, please. I got you, dear. You got two cards coming, dear, because you are the second highest gifter. Okay. When somebody is the way you'll know when someone's projecting is no matter what you do, they'll find fault in. Right? Pay attention to someone that is operating from a place of fault looking for a reason. Right? This is why you can't get anywhere with someone that's in the space of projecting, right? Because the modality by which, like someone, like the space by which someone will bend over backwards to try to articulate upon something that you've energetically done wrong, like that observation, being able to articulate or identify that, don't internalize it, absorb, don't absorb, observe, don't absorb, right? Like let it fortify you, particularly as it relates to like where, like I keep on hearing, like the source of the drama is the source of the trauma, is what I'm also hearing. Animal spirit got, yeah, like not, well, animal spirit, but bottom of the deck, right? The source of the drama is the source of the trauma. The source of the drama is the source of the trauma. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, right? Healthy energy, healthy energy works through things quietly, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like there's something important as it relates to you making your decision in relationality to something that you're seeing in terms of like how another person is articulating what is happening. Like I keep on hearing something about a guide saying paying attention to the energy that is silent. Thank you, dear. Yep. Oh, Lisa, I was looking for you before. Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, absolutely. So everyone, please hold. The personals are back. Yep, one card on their appearance in a dream. They miss you. I feel like it's somebody who energetically misses you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, but it's not about what they miss. It's not about what they miss. It's not about them missing you. It's about what they wanted with you. Is what I keep like. Often those that do not share the same manifestation goals as us, like they can miss you, right? Because it's like I feel like it's somebody who misses like it feels like some kind of captivation energy. Animal spirit guide, yeah, raven, right? No captivating energy and healthy connection, right? It's not the space by which we feel energetically confused as to what's going on. It's the clarity that we give in relationality to what it is we're creating with one another. So it does feel like it feels awful karmic in that dream space. You know, it's not due to a lack of emotions. It has to do with whether you guys were moving in the same direction with it. I got you, Ava. One card on divine counterpart, please. Yeah, Wheel of Fortune. I see somebody making a lot of life changes right now. Like I see somebody making a lot of life changes and potentially even like having to have a conversation with someone being like, yeah, I'm not like that anymore. You know, like almost feels like the space of another person apologizing for a past version of self. Yeah. Like I see somebody like almost going on like an accountability tour, like trying to articulate to others, like saying to them, like, I'm sorry that you had to experience that or something in relationality to that work. Hi there, Ruby. Welcome back. Thank you for encouraging everyone to pause on the one cards. Yep. Hold on a moment. Yes, I've been sort of importing her on all levels. Thank you. Oh, it's wonderful. Billy, one card, highest priority, please. You prioritize energy that prioritizes you and wants the same things as you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with Four of Wands, right? You're exactly where you need to be. And if you've stated your intentions to someone, right? Healthy relationship does not require you to read between the lines in terms of what somebody says versus what they actually desire. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, right? No hyperbole in healthy partnership. No hyperbole in healthy partnership. We work so that our words are blessed. I got you. All right, we're going to continue right now. We've got another personal. Okay, got you, dear. Excellent. Before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. Okay. And guys, make sure to give Ruby some love. 4 cards, please, on that connection. Two more. So, thank you for the gifts, Hardy. I feel like it's really difficult because I see somebody who has their guard up, you know? Like I just see a circumstance or situation. Like I keep on hearing a life change. They're coming out of a life-changing experience, is what I keep on seeing. And the thing about it is like, and I feel like the one thing I would be very conscientious about is making sure that there's clarity in relationality to what it is that you both aspire and desire from one another, is what I keep on seeing. Because I see some kind of experience, like I see some kind of cloudiness around another in relationality to the direction of partnership. There's just something I'm observing there. And there's something about that. I feel like there's something about that observation. There's something about that observation that I'm seeing that has to do, you know, I don't know if this is someone who has a responsibility to someone, you know? Like, I almost hear somebody saying, "My life is not my own right now," which is like the observation of someone who feels like they've had to put their life on hold in some kind of way, shape, form, or fashion, to be able to help facilitate the energetic care of another, is what I keep on seeing. There's something very energetically significant there, and I keep on getting that, you know, the one thing I want to describe is like, man, how do I describe this? I feel like I see somebody who feels like they were pushed out or pushed away from something. And the funny part about it is, and I often read this on certain energy. Sometimes energy gets pushed out and pushed away, feels pushed out and pushed away. But what they're really understanding is that, like, those are the guides moving them out of blast radius, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like the observation of recognizing something, like the observation of energetically observing something uncomfortable or unhealthy going on, and then them just kind of like doing their best to stay energetically out of it, is what I keep on getting. Like, I feel like there's something really important about that I'm seeing, because it almost says to me that this is a type of energy that others like to effectively blame for things or take things out on, right? And often you'll see, like, when you pay attention to energy by which others easily take things out upon, I feel like this is a type of energy that sometimes has had those experiences by which they've allowed others' opinions to they've come into the space by which they often over internalize upon others' opinions. So I feel like I see somebody that's been doing work to try to move away. I keep on hearing, like, move away from others, like move away from others in the recognition. Like, I feel like they've come to the understanding that not all opinions are alike. Like, there are opinions that feel like they're supportive to the things that we want. And then there are the criticisms by which another person articulates their own energy or frustration as it relates to the direction by which we're headed. And so I feel like you are finding them at a very timely time, because I see that you're also doing a lot of that work. Um, I want to make sure that whatever is happening between you both, you're being very clear in terms of the manifestation goals. Because I feel like there's something about, like, I keep on hearing, like, there's something about this person being halfway out of something, right? Like the observation or the force of recognition in relationality to um, articulating or speaking upon something in such a way. Like, I feel like the hard part about that is, like, I feel like this is them. Like, you found somebody in the midst of a maturation process. And the thing with the maturation process is, like, often those experiences by which we feel, or we become very hard on ourselves, like those observations of working through something in a way, like, I feel like you guys have found each other at this time to help each other or encourage each other as it relates to what it feels like to move into healthy direction. So make sure that there's clarity in terms of what's happening between you and them, both in terms of how you feel, but what you can energetically expect. I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, just something to keep in mind going forward. yeah, like here's the thing with that, like here's the thing with that 10 of Pentacles, right? Like that 10 of Pentacles that I'm seeing, like the 10 of Pentacles in its upright. Um, I don't know why, I keep on like, hold on a minute. Like, I feel like there's something important. Like, I feel like this is some kind of energy that's healing from somebody being like, if you don't come back here, you'll be sorry. You know? Like, it's the observation or understanding. I keep on hearing healthy relationship. Healthy relationship isn't built upon ultimatums, is what I keep on hearing. Healthy relationship is never built upon ultimatums. And the modal, often the space, this is why often the space by which another person gives us an ultimatum, like that seals it, right? It's the like often the space by which someone says like this or else. Like I see somebody who's like, I choose else. Like, you know what I mean? Like the modality or the opinion of being able to effectively work through something, but not just even in the space by which one works through it, but the space by which another observes, like the space by which another observes, um like that feeling. Like I literally see a situation of somebody, like it feels like somebody like seeing a side to someone that they didn't know existed. You know what I mean? Like those awful, I keep wondering, those awful moments by which you think you know somebody, and then in a moment they become like clear to you. I feel like there was something about that that happened, and as it relates to some kind of long-term relationship, right? Like the observation of seeing a side of someone that they, like I keep on hearing like that, not only that they didn't know existed, but that they couldn't believe was there. Like I feel like that's the hard part about where you're effectively finding someone, because I feel like it's almost um I feel like I see somebody going through like a deep, profound healing moment in the experience of someone that they deeply care about, giving them some kind of like absurd, obscene, I keep hearing obscene ultimatum, right? Which is the modality by which another person says, do this or else that. And I keep on getting that that is the energy. Like, I feel like it's almost like the space by which another person is like trying to like renew their own belief in others, like in others, um like I feel like you're helping to restore, I feel like you're helping them to restore. I know it sounds wild, but I feel like in some way, shape, or form, you're helping someone restore their faith in humanity in relationality to the fact that like there are good people out there, is what I keep on hearing. That I keep on hearing, like not only that there aren't, like not only that there aren't good people out there, but that there's something like that something that they feel, like something that they feel does not hurt another. Like I feel like it's almost like you understanding some kind of journey by which another person comes towards you with an unreasonable demand, you being like, I'm not going to do that because that's like that's completely, like I feel like you saying like you have a very deep empathy with you having to look at someone you care about being like, I'm not going to do that because that's like totally nuts, right? And even if it means, like even when you see you saying to someone like, even if it means that like the connection between us is over, because I keep on seeing like when we care about each other, we don't ask the ridiculous from one another, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list today, the list is closed, but you can get on tomorrow and you'll be the second person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 60.1K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and you'll get to 100K in no time. All right. You're welcome, good. And Lisa, you're the next person on the list. I'm going to just do these one cards quickly before we get there. Please don't post one cards if you haven't posted them. Yes. Oh, you set something straight for the two of them in a non-threatening way. That's what I was reading for, Ella. I see that. Yep, that sounds like it applies to who it was for. Yep, exactly. Thank you, good vibes. Julia, what's moving towards you right now in January? Opportunity. Potentially even travel opportunity is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, travel. Like I said, continue to be in that doctor mentality, like keep on having like some kind of bag ready is what I keep on seeing. Grace, one card advice with counterpart. I feel like this is somebody who has a lot of deep empathy and relationality to others, like respecting or navigating your own sense of choice. Like I feel like I see somebody like, yeah, like the devil card in its reversal, right? Like the well, like the well-intentioned, like you can't base judgment on another person unless you've experienced them, right? That is the sound of bias. Like casting judgment on someone before you've experienced them, that is bias through and through. Yeah, and I feel like it's the observation of someone who feels like that there's energy around them that has a biased opinion towards them is what I keep on seeing. One card for creative highest priority, please. Queen of Cups. Your feelings protect you and help you move in the direction of what's for you. As long as they have directions attached to them, right? Your emotions do not break things, they build things. And if you are articulating with energy, as long as your emotions have healthy directions, like pay attention to how another person receives them, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the blackbird, right? You can't help another person with their cold feet. Only they can fix that. So make sure that you're holding empathy towards what it is that you're articulating, because I feel like that is the shape of you like working through something, but also like like make sure you're not having like a repeating conversation in terms of the difference between how someone feels versus what one desires. Like don't let someone confuse an emotional conversation with a directional one. Thank you, Avatar. You're welcome, Billy. All right, Chrissy, one card regarding connection, please. I feel like I see somebody who's intimidated by you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I don't know if you've kind of like, I don't know if you've kind of gone like, did someone doubt you? You know, like I feel like there's some kind of, observation there in relationality to like how another person experienced you and then putting a biased opinion on it versus how others others who share that energetic view is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the stag energy, right? Like I almost see somebody like trying to walk through something and another person being like, what did you do? Right? Like like the modality by which another person says like, oh, like they were being like so blah blah blah, and being like, yeah, but what were they doing before that happened? Like, you know what I mean? Like somebody who's like understanding, like trying to get to the deeper understanding of another person's energy. Like I feel like it's almost like somebody helping them see like like the difference. I keep wondering like the difference between the way someone is versus someone energetically reacting to something is what I keep on, you know what I mean? Like it's like That's what I keep on getting around somebody, being like, is that how they are, or were they reacting to something? Like, that's what I keep on seeing that's happening in relationality to something, or somebody helping someone see that in relationality to you. Hey there, Nate. The list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. We're also, these are one card readings for subscribers, so if you want to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. I got you, Lisa. All right, we're doing, thank you, it's in the disco. I'm just checking now. Outside tea. Before we continue right now, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the swan. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Like, the swan light does not want to stay in the deck right now. How many times have we gotten the swan today? All right. I'm going to pin up Lisa. Guys, make sure to give Lisa some love. Yaz, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. K9, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay. And thank you, Joy, for the follow. Serene, thank you for the follow as well. Hold on, just reading over Ruby's comments. Thank you. That explains why it feels so beautiful but terrifying. Yeah, I don't know if they've articulated the whole shape of what it is that they're healing from. But I just keep on seeing it. Like, I feel like it's like they don't want to overwhelm you, is what I keep on, like, you'll get there, is what I keep on seeing. Ella, it amazes me how spot on you are with the cards. I do my best, Ella. Thank you, dear. Okay, wait, hold on a minute. Getting back to Lisa. I got you, dear. Guys, make sure to give Lisa some love. I just pinned them up. Outside, I've been in a weird limbo energy with my partner recently as I'm trying to move myself on to a more aligned path with myself. I had a lot of changes this year on multiple levels, externally and internally. I felt like my self-care went on the back burner originally, but I've been reprioritizing. I would like a reading pertaining to having a deeper understanding of what is going on with my union subconsciously and how to alchemize it to be consciously aligned. Beautifully stated. Can I please get, okay, 4 cards? I can see a lot of these changes, like especially with this Judgment card. You know, I feel like the shape of your life from this year, from this year to last year, like you wouldn't, it's like unrecognizable, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something to be said about the fact, like, I see something that was happening over the last year that was like boom, 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 like no time to be able to energetically absorb the changes. And I need to stress this, even in the context of something good happening, right? If something good happens and we don't have time, like even in the space by which we don't have time, like like good things can happen and we don't have time to effectively find those moments to be able to effectively like savor it. I feel like that's the kind, like, I know we don't have a word for it, but I feel like we should, is what I keep on seeing, right? It's like, where is the word in terms of navigating like a lot of good things happening, like, oh, like all at once, but not having a moment to be able to energetically, like not having a moment to be able to energetically absorb like the full breadth of what is energetically happening. And I feel like that is what I feel like you need to kind of work to prioritize right now, particularly in the space by which you are identified, that you said that you feel like you're in weird limbo energy with your partner, and the space by which you articulated that you said that there's been a lot of changes and that you feel like self-care has kind of fallen to the wayside, right? Um, it's going to require, and the problem with self-care is often the space by which if we don't articulate it, we never find it, right? Like the space by which we have to say, like, I need to carve out the time, like that is the conversation that I feel like you need to have with counterpart. The ability to recognize how to carve out time to prioritize self-care is not right. Like that is something that you need to have in a joint conversation, because I see you. I see you in the modality of being very giving, right? And the thing is, often giving energy, right? What is the first like? What is the first cell? What is the first thing that's sacrificed with energy that has that tendency to overgive? Care of the self, right? Don't worry about me. Like it's like, don't worry about me, right? And so I feel like that even in the space by which you have a conversation with counterpart and say like, look, I want to figure out a way to center self-care, right? And even in the space by which I keep on hearing the receptivity of counterpart to understand that that isn't, I keep on hearing that is not selfish, it's essential. I feel like you're with counterpart energy that will totally get that. But it's going to require you, like, I feel like it's going to require you to have to facilitate that conversation. You are going to be the one who has to articulate it. Nobody else is going to do it for you. And in the space by which and you can even say to them, like, listen, I need you to help me keep this energy prioritized for the self, right? The observation that you can say to another, like the observation that I'm saying to you, right? You can say to somebody, this is how you have that conversation. I have a tendency of overgiving to everyone and everything around me, right? I want to carve out time for self-care, but unfortunately, in the space of feeling like there's others' demands, that falls to the wayside. Can you help me, right? Can you help me make sure to prioritize it by making it your priority? See what I did there? Can you help me make sure that it remains a priority for me by making it a priority for you, right? Because when you are an overgiver and the first thing that goes away is self-care, the way that you can get that back is making that priority of self-care a priority for another person. That's what you got to do, right? And that's how you're going to have to explain it to them. And I feel like even in that in terms of, and I feel like there's two things you need to do too. Also, potentially carving out some time. I keep on hearing carving out some time for quality time between you and counterpart. Because I don't know why I see this. I feel like you and them might have a different perspective on what quality time means, right? Make sure that you're articulating and helping another person understand what quality time means to you. These are the two things I think that are going to help with a lot of that work right now. And I feel like the hard part about it is you gotta state it, right? You're not going to find that. You're going to have to articulate it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially especially with the Knight of Wands, right? Like I see somebody, like I see somebody, like too, it's saying to me, like, I feel like you're going through too many, like, it's like sometimes when a lot of things, like when a lot of things are happening, good or bad, it can sometimes create those moments by which we feel like we're like having whiplash, right? Because I almost feel like I see you guys like kind of moving from one moment to the next and not having a moment to kind of like just reconnect. So make sure that you're prioritizing that invested connection point, right? The space by which you articulate to each other what it feels like to energetically connect, and not just what it feels like to energetically connect, but um, how it might be different for each of you, right? If there's something that they like to do, then that's great. Go back and forth. Be like, okay, last time we did something that you like to do. Now we're going to do something that I like to do. Now we did something that was your version of quality time. Now we're going to do the version of my quality time, right? Because I feel like I see you in that energy by which you're often like, I feel like you're very much, I keep wondering, like the over giver needs to get better at articulating upon what it is that they would like to receive. And I feel like one of the ways that you can do that is helping another person say, like, look, this is what often falls to the wayside for me, right? Make it your priority and I will make it mine. So if somebody, again, if you're having a hard time with self-care and you know that that's what falls away in the space of trying to take care for another, make sure that they say, hey, have you taken the care of the self today? Because that's also important to me that you do that, right? So let it become their priority too. And this is how you're going to help each other as it relates to maintaining or building into those goals. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, Neo, for the follow. Excellent. Hi there. Thank you. Just reading over the comments. I'm sorry. I'm just seeing, Ruby, I'm seeing some of the messages from you I missed. I asked them if they were okay because I had felt the energy. So I know you're right. I'm just waiting for them to be more comfortable telling me what's wrong. Sending you support on that. Hi there, David. Thank you as well for confirmation, Haley. This is not a collective reading. We're on personals right now, Sareem. The daily collective was already done today. That was a beautiful reading, and also I needed it too. Thank you, Meandering. Thank you. That was profound and helpful. I'm excited to see how it unfolds. Oh, wonderful. I'm glad it helped. All right, my friends, let me go back. I saw one card from Yaz. Just a reminder, if there's anyone who would like a one-card reading who has not had one yet, you can post your question in the comments. If you'd like to have a one-card reading, your super fan status makes you eligible for a one card. So just make sure that you sign up to be a super fan. Yaz, one card in the disturbing dream you had with them last night. I feel like it's their dream, not yours. I feel like you got the sense, I feel like you got a sense of what an abandonment wound feels like to them. Like, it's giving me a little bit of welcome to my world. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with that 9 of Cups in its reversal, right? I feel like, and again, it's hard to do dream readings with one card, but everything I just keep on hearing is like some kind of modality, like, yeah, welcome to my world, like something about that dream giving you an insight in terms of how they perceive the world around them. Yes. Hi there, Susie. Hold on a moment. Julia, one card, animal spirit guide card. Dog, continue to do, like, hard work pays off. Spirit sees everything. Keep on, continue to build, like, continue to work towards something, you know? Ruby, one card on the conversation. Oh, okay. With them tomorrow. It feels like, I feel like it's talking about helping you, like helping to recognize or identify something that's changing is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, particularly and especially, like, I feel like it's a conversation. Like, I feel like it's a conversation in terms of, like, energetic direction is what I keep on seeing, you know? Did you talk to them before about wanting something more? Like, I feel like there's something about that. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the crane energy, you know? I feel like it's I feel like it's something positive, but and I feel like it's like I feel like it's almost like it's the anxiety. I feel like it's almost like somebody trying to understand like how you feel about something, or recognizing or trying to see um like trying to get your perspective on something is what I keep on getting too, you know? Like some kind of new, like some kind of new process that they're trying to implement. Susie, one card on career direction. Um, this feels to me like now is a good time to kind of see what those are. Like, I don't know why, but I feel like this is a really good time for you to look about upon advancement or having conversations in relationality to it. Yeah, especially Knight of Wands. Talking to someone now about something that you aspire or desire for later. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the dog energy, right? Articulating to another person like your interest in something, being like, I want to let you know, like, this is something that I'd be interested in doing, or expressing interest that allows somebody to like kind of think upon it, or something. Like, it feels like a lot of introduction energy. You're welcome, Julia. Jennifer, one card on job career, please. Um, this feels really nice. I mean, I feel like this is saying to me, like, I feel like there's something about you, um, like something about next year bringing something towards you that you've been waiting on for a long time. Yeah, like it's saying to me, like, imminent breakthrough is imminent right now. Don't get frustrated on something you're doing. Just continue to put a little bit of energy there. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the frog, right? Like, just continue. Like, I feel like I see you doing a lot of work in different spaces. Like, continue to do so, because I feel like I see, like, I don't know why, I feel like I see you knocking on doors, or just like making yourself making yourself um like helping others understand, identify who you are and what you do and why you do something is what I keep on seeing. Like, allow that to help you build into energetic connection right now. Creative, you didn't miss your one card, dear. Claire, I already pulled for that. I think that was my one card question, but I missed the beginning. Yeah, so yeah, as it was about the dream. I kept on seeing somebody, like, and again, it's hard to do a whole dream reading on one card, but it feels like it's like you getting an observation of how somebody else experiences something. It was giving me a lot of like, welcome to my world kind of thing. Like, especially if it was disturbing, like you being able to see something from another person's perspective and being like, what? You know? Lisa, highest priority, please. Um, I feel like you have to say to somebody like why are you, I feel like it's almost you having to say to somebody like, why are you looking for problems where problems don't exist? Yeah, Knight of Cups, right? Like the energy of anxiety that sees harm in even the most harmless things, right? Like that is often the space by which we recognize that we are really off. Like when we see harm in even like the most innocuous things, like one can't, like there's nothing, like the articulation of finding like the space by which you say to another person, like what would they do, what could they possibly do that you wouldn't interpret as harmful, right? Like the modality by which another person needs to potentially like resolve through their own emotionality. Animal spirit guide, yeah, bull, right? The hypersensitivity that sees harm, even in kindness, is often a distress call, right? Like never is someone in more danger than the modality by which they see harm in even the most harmless thing, right? One card on the guidance received around having patience. I got you, dear. Ooh, we got two cards coming out there. Yeah, it's saying to me, like, I feel like that's you, like, trust yourself right now, right? It's more of a continuation of the reading I gave before, which is, like I said, taking time. A little bit every day goes a long way. If something feels like it's overwhelming, make the task smaller, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Knight of Cups, right? Like allowing the context by which one assumes everything is fine unless another person tells you that it's not, or being able to help, being energetically directive towards another in relationality to, um, like I keep on seeing like breakthroughs are not like one big thing that happens. It's a bunch of little things sometimes, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the bear, right? Like I feel like I see you kind of working. I feel like I see you like working in some capacity to like help others. Like I keep wondering, like help others identify and recognize like your own energetic reliability towards something is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something important about that in relationality to you. Like I feel like you even finding your own confidence in terms of being able to communicate to someone, how you energetically feel about something, but also like, and that's what I keep on seeing with like the patience, which is like navigating a space of like working towards something, but in it, like I keep wondering, working towards something, but in a way that feels like it's energetically profound because you're articulating like how much energetic, like how much something means to you or what it is you energetically find there is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, like it feels to me like it's like patience, but I also hear patience, but also courtesy is what's coming through there too. You know, Gabrielle, one card, highest priority, please. Yeah, Knight of Cups. Knight of Cups in its reversal is like if someone's not being consistent, there's no conversation you can have with them that will make them more consistent. You can tell someone once if they're not being consistent, right? And then you can just allow their inconsistency to be their energetic response towards something. Yeah, especially with the five of like the five of pentacles and it's upright, you know, don't don't let somebody else's abandonment wound affect you. Animal spirit guide, yeah, hind. It's more of the same. Every time I read for you, you are not a treat. You're not the space by which you're not a retreat, right? You're not a space by which another person goes to escape the world that they're in. You are the reality by which they're building towards. So I feel like it's like you having to say to someone like, I'm not I'm not here as as an energetic retreat from the world that you're facing every day. I'm the reality that I want to build with you is what I keep on hearing. I got you, Minnie. One card rounding that energy. Ooh, vacation. Exciting. Yeah, it feels beautiful. I feel like there's something here about going somewhere that you both haven't been before. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I feel like it's the start of something beautiful there. You know? There's something more going on. I feel like there's something important in terms of seeing something with new eyes. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the hair energy, you know? Like there's a little bit, I keep on hearing like there's a little bit of this energetic excitement that you have to show each other something, but I keep on seeing like I feel like that's the argument. I feel like I see you guys arguing as to whether you go somewhere you've been before or somewhere new is what I keep on seeing. I don't know why I keep on hearing like something about you and them meeting in the middle in relationality to that. Oh, interesting, Ruby. Sending you support on that journey. Okay, and Jennifer, thank you for the follow. Good to see you, dear. You're welcome, Susie. Yes, I was going to get a full reading, but the list is closed. It's okay if you want to get on the but if you want to get on the list now, Yaz, you'll have an additional card tomorrow, and you'll be the second person on the list for tomorrow. You're welcome. Hi there, Jennifer. Welcome. So Jennifer, the list is closed today for full readings, but if you'd like a one card, you can become a super fan, and that will make you eligible for a one card reading. You had some really odd dreams overnight. We've been having a lot of those right now. Thank you. Creative, one card, highest priority on upcoming trip. Ooh, we got two cards coming out. This feels in like, make sure you're giving yourself enough time to energetically explore something is what I keep on seeing, you know? And make sure, I keep wondering if you're going with someone else, make sure that make sure that they're energetically prepared is what I keep on seeing, like double checking things, particularly and especially if there's something that you're going there to do, right? Like I feel like it's like you saying to someone like I just want like I like going through the checklist, being like I make sure that you've gotten all these things that I need, make sure that they're all there, like sharing your checklist with someone I keep on seeing. Nikki, highest priority. Hierophant. So this is saying to me like I feel like this is you working into healthy relationship. And I keep on hearing like the hard work of healthy relationship is often fortified by what not just what we do, but what we choose not to do. Right? Like the space by which we don't make ourselves energetically available for something. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like the otter energy, like recognizing the difference between an issue between you and them or energy that feels like it's causing conflict between you and another person. It's okay, Claire. So I did it earlier. I just trying, you want to post the question again? If you missed it, it should be up on the place where we keep the videos. I think it was in relationality. I'm just checking. It was earlier because you were asking. I'm just going back up. Hold on a minute. Just looking. I'm trying to find the question, but I believe you were asking about an individual, correct? If it froze, Nikki, if it froze, it's up on the place where we keep the videos. So basically it was articulating, it was the Hierophant with the Page of Pentacles in its reversal. So recognizing the difference between an actual issue between you and another person versus someone who's causing issues between you and another individual, right? Right, like understanding like the difference between an internal problem versus an external one. You're welcome, Rainbow. And Claire, if you could repeat the question, I can confirm if I read for it. And thank you again. I'm focusing on understanding the shape of a shadow to better see what might be leading to triggers. Wow, that's some heavy work, Rainbow. You should be really proud of yourself if you're doing that. Estevan, one card, highest priority for the new year, please. I feel like this is you understanding, like this is you working through the difference between an internal or an external problem. like something that is actually within your power to change, or something that you're navigating or dealing with outside of the self. You know, the nice thing about external problems is we can change them. Like, you know, the nice thing about an external problem is once we observe that something is an external problem, we can work to resolve that, right? And I like to point out the way you can usually identify an external problem is the fact that it's never happened before, right? Like when we know ourselves, we're very good at being able to tell something that requires work within or something that we're experiencing without. And I feel like you're getting better at knowing yourself, that you're not making that confusing point, right? It's like animal spirit guide. Yeah. Know thyself so you can know thyself, right? So know thyself, understand, like understand the self so you can know thyself, being like, no, that's not me. That's you. Yep. I got you. You're welcome, dear. Yes, I was asking about someone's energy towards me. No, it did go through because it was about A, right? Yep, you're welcome. Yeah, so basically I'm trying to recall what it was, but effectively it's hard because there were a lot of different cards. There were a lot of different readings that came up, but if you go back, you'll be able to find it over in the place where we keep the videos. I'm trying to remember the essential aspect of it. Um, I believe I believe it was the observation of someone trying to recognize, like I being able to identify the work of another person trying, right? And the space by which another person tries is the ability by which another person is able to identify the progress that they're trying to make in something, right? So make sure that you're having progressive conversations there, is what I keep on seeing. You're welcome, dear. All right. Final call right now for any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled today, who are waiting for their one cards. Just a reminder, if you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the videos. Claire, you'll be the first person we read for tomorrow. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. You can also find the daily collective as a podcast later today on my spot and over on my stack. If you just became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber only disco channel. If you are, you can message me a disco GIF if you are a subscriber, and I will send you an invite to that disco channel. In the perks section, you will find a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our journey into the tarot with the study on the world card. I also would like to invite you as well to head over to my stack to learn more about that retreat program that we'll be doing in August. If you're interested in joining us, please keep in mind that $200 discount is expiring soon. So if you would like to register for that retreat, please do so sooner rather than later. I want to thank you guys so much. If you are interested as a non-subscriber in learning more about our class, message me the word class, and I will also send you a discount code that you can only find in this live. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified that I've gone live, head over to my profile. You can activate the bell there to turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me, and the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.